everything I need. She everything I've been praying for. I got me a good thing, and I never let her go. She everything that I want, everything I need. She everything I've been praying for. Some men don't realize what they have till it's gone away. But this man is different, so you know that
Bwana Yesu, Yesu, Bwana Yesu, Bwana Yesu, Bwana Yesu, Yesu, mwachie Yesu hilo zigo la dhambi, atalibeba bila rushwa mwenzangu. Mwachie Yesu hilo zigo la dhambi, atalibeba bila rushwa mwenzangu. Baba Bwana Yesu, Bwana Yesu, Bwana Yesu, Yesu, Bwana Yesu, Bwana Yesu, Bwana Yesu, umwambie Yesu shida zako, mwachie akusaidie, ajua udhaifu wako, mwachie anaweza. Umwambie, umwambie, umwachie, umwambie, umwambie, umwachie. Dhambi zako akachukua, mateso yako kamaliza, aibu kweli kajitwika, kwa kweli Yesu akupenda. Umwambie, umwachie, umwambie, umwambie, umwachie. Dunia nayo machafuko yamekukumba, dada yangu yuko karibu mtetezi, mwachie akusaidie. Umwambie, umwambie, umwachie, umwambie, umwambie, umwachie. Dhambi zako akachukua, mateso yako kamaliza, aibu kweli kajitwika, kwa kweli Yesu akupenda. Umwambie, umwachie, umwambie, umwambie, umwachie. Dunia nayo machafuko yamekukumba, dada yangu yuko karibu mtetezi, mwachie akusaidie. Umwambie, umwambie, umwachie, umwambie, umwambie, umwachie. Ndiye baba wa yatima, anaweza. Yesu ndiye baba wa yatima, anaweza. Yesu mwachie, mpe yako mahitaji, anaweza. Yesu ni mwepesi kukubali, anaweza.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the Kenya Cult Choir. I request that we be upstanding for the national anthem.
Haki
Pole mama kwa taabu ulizozipata, lakini kwanza usichukue hatua hiyo mateso, mateso, mateso yamezidi nachoka. Pole mama kwa taabu ulizozipata, lakini kwanza usichukue hatua hiyo mateso, mateso, mateso yamezidi nachoka. Pole mama kwa taabu ulizozipata, lakini kwanza usichukue hatua hiyo mateso, mateso, mateso yamezidi nachoka, 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 yamezidi nachoka. Tilili, tilili, tututu, tilili, oh, tilili, niongoze kwa njia zako. Nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, niongoze kwa njia zako. Nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, niongoze kwa njia zako. Nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, niongoze kwa njia zako. Ukiniacha nitaanguka. Nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, niongoze kwa njia zako. Nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, nishike mkono Bwana, niongoze kwa njia zako.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. As they clear the stage, let's give them one more round of applause. Welcome to day 4 and the last day of the Performing Arts Conference. It has been an amazing 3 days. But before we get officially, I want to introduce another performance. As I've said, this is a Performing Arts Conference. We're having both discourses as well as performances. Ladies and gentlemen, the next act on stage is a stand-up comedian, writer, and satirist. One of the first rising stand-up comedian in Nairobi. He has performed in Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and Harare, Zimbabwe. His solo show, A Child of the Mau Mau, is on tour in Nakuru, Lamu, and Mombasa under the He program, under the He Stage project by Alliance Francaise and Hiva Fund. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Maina Monene.
Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Look amazing. I just saw you and I realized you look amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Give it up for the choir. They did an amazing job. Yeah, man. The choir looks like a low-budget Kayamba Africa. Yeah, they look like what if Kayamba Africa never made it. Like Kayamba Kayole. Yeah, I know that's a funny joke. You're just choosing not to laugh. Because the bosses are here, but thank you so much for having me. My name is Maina Monene, as you heard. And people tell me I look like Larry Madowo. Oh, so now you guys can make jokes about me and expect you to laugh, eh? Yeah, people tell me I look like Larry Madowo, and it's mostly through insults. They tell me I look like, what if Larry Madowo never went past KTN business? You know, yeah. Someone called me Larry Madondo. Larry Bila Mado, and it hurts. It hurts. It does, man. As you heard, I am a child of the Mau Mau. Yeah, thank you. And it's true, my grandfather fought in the Mau Mau War. And they were fighting for two things. They were fighting for land and freedom. And I'm not sure if you guys can tell, but we never got the land or the free, just the Ndom. That one we got. He actually got shot in the foot fighting in the Mau Mau War, which is an inspiring thing to learn about your grandfather. But it's also disappointing to learn that your grandfather could not outrun a bullet in the 1950s. Because I assume bullets were way slower in the 50s than they are now. No, come on, think about it. Like, there's no way for 80 years there has not been progress in the speeds of bullets. You know, it's I don't think that's possible. And it's a lot of pressure being a child of the Mau Mau, because everything you do seems like you're not living up to the standards of your ancestors, the people who came before you. Like this time, I was dating a white chick, and I didn't know how that would make my grandfather feel. You know, because on one hand, my grandfather was like, screw the white people. And I was like, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, there are different methods. The spirit is still the same. Spirit of the Mau Mau. Yeah. And she was not from one of those nice European countries. She was from Ukraine. So I guess we could say Russia was not the only one that was invading Ukraine. Is there a problem with the sound? Because those jokes don't seem to get to you guys. Yeah. I guess you can call me Putin. What do you mean why? You know why. No. Watershed hours, that's why. And she was broke too. You know how hard it is to date a broke white chick? Because the expectations are high. You know, like she'd take me to these hidden gems, which turned out to be kibandas. And she's just walking and she's like, Madhe kawaida. Yeah, we broke up when she told me to send her 2K urgently. And I knew, this one is not, this is not working out. And dating a white chick makes you do crazy stuff. like going to the giraffe center. Has anyone here been to the giraffe center? So if you're here and you've never been to the giraffe center, I went so that you don't have to. So the giraffe center is this place in Karen, of course it's in Karen, where you pay money and you get to feed a giraffe and maybe kiss it if you're lucky. That's what they say. And I don't know how they teach these giraffes how to be racist. I didn't even know it's possible to teach a giraffe how to be racist. Because she took me to the giraffe center, and there's this one giraffe called Daisy. You guys know Daisy? Yeah, so Daisy apparently headbutts people. And I gave Daisy the front side of my hand, and she licked it. But when I turned it this other side, she was like, when ngumimbwekse bro. I think those giraffes could do well as bouncers at the Alchemists. What, you guys don't think giraffes could be bouncers? Because think about it, they have long necks, they can see at the back of the line. When the black people are trying to get to the white line. They'll take you a blackie talk up, line yenu ni. Hiyo si yenu, tafadhali. Tafadhali. But white people give you legitimacy, man. Like there's something about white people. Like if you run a kibanda, if you run a shop that sells vegetables, that's a kibanda. Yeah, that's a kibanda. You add a white person in that equation, it's a startup now. You know, you're getting funding for it. It's a startup. It's a proper startup. Like you could be jobless. You're just jobless. You start dating a white chick, you're an artist. When imsani, you know, you grow dreadlocks immediately. Like it works like that. Yeah, man. The other thing they don't talk about is the role of women in the Mau Mau, because women fought in the war. Yeah, some cooked food and took it to the forests for the fighters. And I think if that war was fought today, those men would starve to death. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, those women would brave the forests and lions and elephants just to take food. They never ate fair, you know, it's just... And that's why we have independence today. That's why we have independence today. The British also labored the people who fought in the Mau Mau. They said, you guys have mental health illnesses. Like that's a mental health problem. Which is brave of the British to just come to your house, kick you out, and then say, by the way, ukuangi kichwa mzuri wewe, you know. And based from the jokes, I'm sure some of you might tell that maybe I also have some mental health problems. No, siseme yes, Ivo, tafadhali. Yeah, and I've been trying to get therapy. And I know what you guys are thinking. You can't afford therapy. And I say that's profiling, but it's true, it works. But if the government has this program where they offer therapy services in public hospitals. Did you guys know that? Yeah, they do. And if you know anything about therapy or the government, then you know therapy should probably not be offered in public hospitals, you know. Because I'm just there telling my therapist, you know, I go for therapy at Mukuru kwa Jenga Health Center. And I'm telling the therapist how messed up my life is, you know. I just tell her, you know, I have anxiety, you know. Sometimes I have these suicidal thoughts. And she just looks at me and she's like, "Wah, sautadu." Like, that's why I'm here. That's why I came. And she just tells me, unajua sisi tumetoka maandamano juzi, tuko na 4 months hatujalipwa. Sijui nitakusaidiaje. And you know how in public hospitals they call you with the illness you're suffering from? It's the same thing with therapy, man. There's no secrecy. You know, we just seated there in the line. You know, and the therapist is like, "Huyo mwenye aliachwa na babake akiwa 5 years, kuja." Wewe, si ulisema uko na anxiety na suicide, ebu ingia hapa. The worst is when you go for therapy. And that's also the day that KMTC had sent their students there for attachment. And now your therapy session just feels like you're gossiping. Because I'm seated there with 12 KMTC chicks. And they try to out-depress me. And they're like, we afadhali wewe uliachwa na babako ukiwa 5 years. Mimi sijui babangu ni nani. I'm like, shut up, Maze. It's my session. You book your session. You book your session. Yeah. So sometimes I'm just there explaining to them how messed up my life is. I'm like, I've thought about, just committing suicide sometime. And they're like, thinking. Shiro, kuja muonyeshe alama za kamba kwa shingo, eh? Can you take action on your thinking? Toka hapa na your thinking yako. Yeah. Hi, CEO. How are you doing? Yeah. This is dope, man. Give it up for the CEO. They did an amazing job with the renovations. Yeah. Did you guys know that KNT was built before this country got independence? Yeah, which is amazing. And it also means that it was built by people who were not paid, And now artists who are also not paid perform on this very stage. That's what you get for 70 years of independence, guys. Yeah, but you guys are doing an amazing job. Yeah. Do you have something you'd like to say about the jokes? Yeah. And I hope these jokes that I'm telling you take me outside Kenya. I know it's a stretch. But I hope I go to New York one day and perform at the Comedy Cellar. Yeah, you guys have zero confidence in my ability to perform in New York. Eh? Oh, who said amen? Okay, thank you. Yeah. But I dread for the day that I go for my visa application interview. Has anyone gone for a visa application interview? Because I hear they go through your life. Like you have to be stable here in Kenya to be allowed to travel to the US. And stability is not something that I experience in any aspects of my life, whether financial, relationships, even mental stability. I think we've established. I feel like horses experience more stables in their lives than I do. So I'll go for my visa application interview. And they'll tell me to prove to them that I will come back to Kenya, that I will not end up being a visa immigrant. And my only proof will be, manze si mimi na washow bana. Promise, itakataa kurudi, Mungu moja. Which is English for your visa has been denied. Yeah, but I've been lucky. I've traveled outside Kenya to perform stand-up comedy. I've been to Tanzania and Zimbabwe. And going to Zimbabwe, I gotta tell you guys, was the lowest point of my comedy career. Because the only thing that's worse than going to Zimbabwe is going to Zimbabwe for work and getting paid in Zimbabwe dollars. Because now I have 4 billion Zimbabwe dollars in my house that I don't know where to change. And they told me it's equivalent to 200 shillings na 27 ya kutoa. Yeah. It's a messed up country, Zimbabwe, man. Yeah, man. It's amazing. It is amazing. I'm gonna talk to some people as we keep going with the show. Hello, sir. You look like a scholar. You look like, I'm just speculating here. Yeah, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Do you work for government? Did. Okay. So you're 60 years and they were like, sasa nyinyi ndio. Oh, you're 60. That's amazing. You look great for 60. Yeah, I did guess. Yeah, that's amazing. And the beautiful miss? Do you work in government? Like, I'm just trying to network here and maybe get something to kickstart this comedy career that's clearly struggling on this stage right now. With which ministry? What? Oh, county government. Of which county? Baringo County. That's amazing. You traveled all the way from Baringo? Oh, that's dope. Do you guys have theater in Baringo? Just one? Okay. Okay, that's nice. Yeah. So much for devolution. That's amazing. I like that. That's really amazing that you have one person who does theater in Baringo, the whole of Baringo County. Yeah. And traditional dancers. You have traditional dancers. So many traditional dancers. That's amazing, man. Yeah, we hope to bring this thing to outside Nairobi. And I hope it works, man. I hope it does work. I don't know what my time is saying. I'm just hoping someone saves me from this misery. Thank God. Well, give it up for the guy who's telling me to get off the stage, because he saved my career. But thank you very much. You guys have been amazing. My name is Maina Munene. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. At this juncture, I want to invite Dr. Shkuku to give us a recap of day 3, and then we go straight to the keynote. Daktari, karibu sana.
The business of comedy is not a serious joke. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a recap of day 3 of the second Performing Arts Conference here at the Kenya Cultural Center, incorporating the National Theatre. Day 3, which was yesterday, started with entertainment from the choir, and then we had the national anthem. We recapped the previous day's events. That was day 2, before we went into another preliminary session of entertainment from a gentleman called Harrison Wabuko. And the entertainment session was called Your Story Matters. We had a keynote address by John C.B. Okumu, one of the premier theater enthusiasts and performers in this country, on the theater aesthetics in Kenya. And the address was a bit provocative, meant to spur our thinking on the idea of Kenya as a nation and its different definitions of theater, both historically, geographically, and linguistically. He stressed on the need to develop infrastructure for performance, training, and audience building in theater, actually then setting the tone for our presentations. The next session was a paper presentation session by Zipporah Okoth, Julissa Rowe, Elizabeth Ngare, as well as Jacqueline Akinyi and Brenda Juma. Dr. Zippy Okoth presented on the use of drama therapy to raise issues that affect teenagers, especially mental issues. And she argued that institutions that deal with the youth should embrace drama therapy as a healing mechanism, particularly to youths affected by different social issues. In the same circle, Julissa Rowe also presented the need to leverage theater to address mental issues awareness and intervention using the cycle approach. She gave the following steps for implementation for change through theater. First, there should be development of awareness. 2, the use of mass media. 3, theater performances. And 4, feedback. Elizabeth Ngare presented on the need to be aware of the fact that persons living with disabilities also enjoy performances, and therefore we need to be mindful and kind to these people, because a kindness is a language that they understand. She urged us to understand and recognize our own non-disabled privileges and therefore help those that are living with disabilities. Jacqueline Akinyi and Brenda Juma presented on the accessibility of performing arts opportunities to people with people living with visual impairment. And just like Ngare, they asked for opportunities both for performance spaces and audience reception that are sensitive to the needs of people living with disabilities. The mid-morning session was a panel discussion led by Tash Mitambo, and the discussion centered around audience building and how different producers and directors of performances have been able to reach out to new audience, ring-fence the audiences that they have and reach out to new audiences. And we had a lively discussion of how different producers have built their audiences. We had one saying that you can do shows that relate to the Kenyan populace. Another one said that there is a corporate creative relationship. Another one said there is ticket buy-ins. Another one said there is the diplomatic support. Another one said that performers sell tickets with a high commission as far as 80%. Then there was a suggestion of a model of using Rotten Tomatoes way of doing things, where critics give a review of a play so that other performers, other audience can read from it. We have a website where critics give a review, and then the audience can judge whether to watch or not to watch that performance in successive shows. It was concluded that producers ought to promote theater-going culture and innovative ways of audience building. We had an entertainment session thereafter by KCC Band and Tone Tenors before Amadip Jagdi came and gave another comic show. This paved way for the afternoon paper presentations, which were done by Anne Lanoy Keton, Emmanuel Shikuku, Octavia Sonyango, and Jacqueline Zinale and Dennis Tongoi. Anne Keton gave a presentation on childhood victimhood in selected plays presented at the Kenya National Drama and Film Festival. Emmanuel Shikuku presented on the art of censorship in Kenyan theater in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. Octavia Zonyango presented on actually gave a celebratory presentation of the 64 theater and how it has impacted on theater in Eldoret, a soon-to-be-made city. Jacqueline Zinale and Dennis Tongoi took us through what it means to be an administrator of arts in a county, and they used Vihiga County as a case study. The day ended with a performance by Juliet Akinyi Onyach. Overall, the day's events aligned to reflections on how we can build audiences, how we have built audiences in the past, and we reflected on how we can create opportunities for a culture of theater going in the Kenyan art scene. Thank you so much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite one of the scientific committee members, Dr. Clenis Owino, to take us through the keynote address session. Asanteni sana. Keep clapping until she arrives here. One more. Another one. Voila, she's here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shikuku. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I know it's not so warm out there, but I know we should be warm in here. When I was given the task of introducing our keynote speaker for today, it was a little difficult. It's like somebody telling you, come and introduce your mom. Because in many aspects, she's my mom. And so I have a lot to talk about her, but I'll just introduce her in a very brief way. Our keynote speaker for today is Professor Emily Achieng Akuno. She is currently the Vice Chancellor of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. Previously, she has been the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs at Cooperative University of Kenya. She wears many hats. She is an educator, performer, and a researcher in music, and she has mentored very many students in various institutions of higher learning in this country. She has worked at Kenyatta University, the Technical University of Kenya. She's worked at Maseno University and also KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, South Africa, where she held an administrative position. She is a past president of the International Music Council, which was created in 1949 as UNESCO's advisory body on matters to do with music. She is also a past president of the International Society of Music Education. This is an organization, a professional organization of music lovers and those involved with music education. I think I will leave it at that, and I ask you to just put up your hands, keep our hands together for Professor Emily Akuno as she comes to give us the keynote address. Professor, welcome. So as Dr. Shikuku said, please keep clapping until she arrives here. Thank you for people who are still clapping. I can see a gentleman there clapping very, very heartily. Let's continue clapping.
I am told that there's an echo. I'm not told, I hear the echo. Are we going to do something or shall I just proceed? I can't proceed. We want to do something. Meanwhile, hi everybody. Habari ya leo. I was told Nairobi is so cold, so I carried an almost blanket. An almost blanket, not quite blanket. But it is good to see you. Mbogo, that's you. Wewe. It is a pleasure to be here. When we had the first conference, it was very exciting. This one is empowering because I'm not involved in its production. So it is a totally different feeling. I'm buying time so that the echo can be cured. But maybe I should just go on. Let me start by saying a very big thank you. Am I going to control? Yes, somebody will control it for me. Okay. A very big thank you to the Kenya Kenya Cultural Center that incorporates the Kenya National Theatre for working it out so that we have a second conference. And a very big thank you to the committee for giving me an opportunity to come to Nairobi. Nairobi ni mbali siku hizi. So when you have an opportunity to come, you move very fast. I have met the echo has died. Okay, it has come back. It has come back. I have many people to thank. All series of my teachers have been my students. Conducting research, and that makes us grow. And I have a question. Dr. Chikuku, did you say there was entertainment yesterday? And that is what we call artist. Whom a lot has been invested through the arts. What am I doing? In my neighborhood? Within my home? And so my appreciation was that. And I feel that for us to engage with those thoughts, then let me go back, please. For us to engage with those thoughts, the previous slide, please. Yes. We have to have dialogue. Okay, we don't dialogue, trialogue. There has to be one around the arts and culture, education, and sustainable socio-economic transformation. And that transformation is at a personal as well as community level. So the transformation that I'm talking about is development of some sort. And so the question that I was asking, what is my role in transforming my society through my art? Who benefits from my art or from my arts education? A long time ago, we were at a Kenya Music Festival trainers workshop in Kisumu. And the then Director of Quality Assurance in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Enos Oyaya, had come to close the conference. And he asked, I think we were telling him many things. You know how we like lamenting? And we did all our lamentations, not the ones of Jeremiah in the Bible, but just the human ones for the artists. And he listened, he absorbed it. And at the end he said, the problem with you musicians is that you're not visible. And I wonder if the problem with us artists is that we are still not visible. I don't think so. I think we're very visible right now. I see us, I hear us, I feel us. Now we can go to the next slide. So in this presentation, according to the abstract, my intention was to articulate the characteristic features of performing and creative arts, and then to align those to issues of human, social, economic, and cultural development, so that I can encourage us as a nation to take up education in the arts at a serious level. And what I'm saying is that the elements of socioeconomic transformation, when identified, we can put them against what the arts do and what the arts are. When we think of the arts as expression of culture, reflection of culture, And we consider them as, or rather culture as what we do, why we do it, when we do it, with whom, with what, and all of those. Then you see the close tie between the arts and culture. And we realize that culture is something that we can embrace at a personal level, and so can we do with the arts. Also at a communal level, as we also do with the arts. One of my favorite authors I read in 19-something indicated that in Africa, music is participatory. The arts are participatory. And I enjoyed, as much as I could understand the language, the two performances that I watched this morning, the music and the spoken word. And it was exciting, my mind going through several things, and I told myself I was misinterpreting what he was saying, because the language of today is different from the language that was in place when I was growing up. But you see, there's this communality, there was engagement of the audience, and there is that two-way conversation. There's what the audience does that ensures that the performance is going on. So that is part of the communal element of it, in which case then that the arts are speaking to and engaging us in relationships. There's always a relationship of people, of issues, or of ideas, or of entities within the communities. When we talk about culture, and then we're talking about the arts, we know that what we do, where we do it, is the context, the space within which we're practicing our arts. And it is that space that will decide what it is that goes into the art, that is the content. So the context will determine the content. And when you have that content, you've got words, you've got movement, there is a way that they relate to each other. We know that when the singer says, Mwanamberi, you bend. There's that relationship, there's that process, there are activities everything else that's going on. So from that, then I come to arts and culture education. That is where UNESCO has gone now. We used to talk about arts education, and then we used to talk about art, culture on its own. But when we spoke So I find myself talking about arts as education. That when you engage in the performing arts, you are engaging in a very simple educating yourself and educating those around you. I consider the arts as a holistic your spirit, all of that. How? Why? Arts education is enabling. It enables you. And believe you me, if it were not for music education, I wouldn't be here. My head goes back to Form 2, when it was becoming very clear that I was not going to be able to do music. But I was removed from it by a very clever head of school who promised me that I would go on and do music. And so here I am today. So if there are any teachers, if you have the powers to assure academic candidate that they will go on and do their art. Please do that. It saved me. You could save a life. The arts are enabling. The arts are ennobling. So, honorable and noble artists. That is who we are. Because they exalt you, they dignify you, they dignify existence. They're capacitating all those abilities, your capacity that is built, they are imbuing. What does that mean? They give you something, they infuse something into you. What do they infuse? Values, abilities, all of that. I find the arts to be a training of sensitivities, sensibilities, and capabilities. Big words, but it is through the arts that we are trained to feel. It is through the arts that we are also trained to know and to be sensible. We can analyze things. We can see the different parts of a whole in an instance. Because when we learn our words in the play, when we put together 3 and 4, it is not only my part that I'm learning, you're looking at the whole thing. And you can relate your part to the next person's part. And you develop those skills so that whatever situation is happening, categorizing them, differentiating one from another. Perceptual skills. When I was writing this, I was thinking of somebody like, what's her name? Somebody like Obat Nasir, somebody like Mbogo here. The filmmakers. You're reading a script and you can already hear the music that is supposed to go with it. Can you hear with your eyes and see with your ears? I can see the lady doing this, I'm making sense, hallelujah. Conceptualization, not just imagining, but image in. Can you image in something that has been presented to you? Now you can move to the next slide. So, that was by way of some kind of introduction. Maybe I can do a proper introduction. The next here is this, no, the next one still. The whole idea of the various concepts that we have, the concepts of the future, sustainability, innovation, and social impact are very important when you consider development, whether it is national, societal, or personal development. And if you're going to attain these or to achieve them, then plans for sustainability must be embedded in planning and crafting of the National Development Plan, etc. And the arts must fit right there. As we know, the arts, they have been changing in the recent decades. Maybe in the West, some of those changes are a lot more visible, and sometimes we hear how technology has changed things elsewhere, and so perhaps we are persuaded or tempted to think that Huko Nimbali, you know, it's a little far from where we are, but believe me, it is there. It's just happened a day before it happens here. So whatever is happening in Europe and the global north is soon going to be with us here in Kenya and the global south. So we must not distance ourselves from the different developments in terms of sustainability, the use of technology, etc. I have been in quarters, actually last week. I was having a conversation with some partners, and one of them was very exasperated with us that when they ask us a question, what kind of support we need, we cannot answer that question. But when they suggest, why don't we do this, we quickly say yes. Hey, we have to move from there. What is this? What is the genesis of this inability that we have to identify and vocalize our situation? Why are we not able to analyze our situation and then spell out exactly what it is that we think we need, and can arts education empower us to have the capacity to do that? Why must we use other people's vocabulary if it does not suit our situation, if it does not fit our situation? How can we develop a vocabulary that is a synthesis of our past successes, our present challenges, and that can then propel us to the future? And for me, those are things that I believe arts education can do. The concepts, the conceptual underpinnings, there are several words that we have come across today. There's the performing arts, and we know that they require recreation for them to be effectively experienced, for them to be diffused, for them to be transmitted. So innovation must fit right in here. Innovation is an integral aspect of sustainable art. The concept of sustainability can be understood as the state of reconciling the environment, the society, the economic subsistence in a way that they will meet our needs today without disabling those who will need to survive or to thrive in the future. I have got a bit of that from Power 2021. So sustainable innovation is one of the priority concerns that must surround us in the performing arts. If we do not consider sustainable innovation, there will be decay. By definition, sustainable innovation generally refers to the process of developing new products, processes, services, and technologies. Sustainable innovation refers to the processes of developing new products, new processes, new services, and new technologies. So you ask yourself, in your art, is that something that can happen? And these are new things that not only enhance the respect the natural resources and the generations that are coming later on. Let me put it differently. That sustainable innovation focuses on innovations that deliver improved economic performance while also enhancing short and long-term environmental and social performance to generate positive social environment impacts. How does that work in the arts? Innovation can only be termed as sustainable if it guarantees financial gains. This is important for us as artists. And if it also has environmental benefits and it can produce social well-being. So in our context of performing arts, sustainable innovation is going to refer to the development and implementation of new ideas, new artistic expressions that do not only advance the art form, but also ensure long-term viability and financial stability. Gone are the days when the artists were just there to entertain. The days have been with us for a while now when the artist must also earn their living from their art as their main occupation, so that art is not a night job and there's another day job. But then we also talk about innovation in performing arts and its social impact. So in the field of arts, innovation can be viewed as a radical departure from the current conventions that define artistic canons and the mechanisms through which artists and institutions cooperate. I was very keen on the two different works of art or different genres of artistic performances that I was able to watch today. And I listened to the music. The two pieces I had were two totally different styles, indications of changes, of innovation, of modification, okay, so that the artist is relevant in their social context, so that the work of art that we are presenting speaks to the context, the space in which we are. So when we have innovation in performance arts, we will be talking about introducing new concepts, new forms, and new techniques. And these might challenge the traditional boundaries that we have had for these arts, but they will definitely foster creativity. It is important that we identify and understand the patterns of innovation within the performing arts, because this is going to help the researchers, the teachers, and also the planners in terms of the arts. I want to move on. So, different ideas of innovation. There is a notion of interactive innovation, which relies on how the form or the content of the work of art that exists can be performed in new ways, in novel ways, without losing the authenticity of the original work. Let me just remind you, I mentioned earlier that the context determines the content, and that content determines the processes. When you stand here on stage, there's a way that you present your work. But when you go to that theater that is next to the river, which is flowing and children are swimming in it, you'll do things a little differently, won't you? I hope you will, because it needs to fit into that space and still make sense in that space. I'm skipping a lot of things. Several aspects of innovation. There is an aspect of innovation in the performing arts that includes its accessibility. So we are talking about accessibility innovations, and technology helps us a lot. I think those in theater, well, in all our performing arts, we are aware of the concepts like accessible arts or accessible theater. There is a commitment to make performance arts accessible to a wider audience. And I think part of the report talked about making the arts accessible to people with different challenges, different abilities, people who are abled differently, the hearing impaired, the visual impaired, the physically impaired. There are different kinds of technologies that are now in use to make it possible. So let's talk briefly about sustainability in performing arts. When we explore sustainability, our main question is whether sustainability can be present and relevant in the performing arts. And we would view sustainability in three different perspectives: the sustainability through performing arts, the sustainability in performing arts, and the sustainability of performing arts. The question might be, what is the difference, and does it matter? And the answer is yes. We can talk about it a little later. But when you consider sustainability through the performing arts, we recognize the crucial role of performing arts in achieving the sustainable development goals. I hope we have had occasion to engage with these, because then we would be irrelevant when it comes to national development. And that is part of the reason why I talk of arts as education. Education is very crucial in achieving the sustainable development goals. So if I consider arts as education, then I have ticked that particular box. Sustainability through performance arts considers the effective role that the arts have in redirecting behavior and establishing social norms that oftentimes lack, and that can lead to positive social outcomes. How about sustainability in the performing arts? That is the performing arts themselves. No, I'm missing it. This is essential, and it relates to how the environmental footprints of performing arts can be measured to ensure that the arts policies and practice embed environmental responsibility. We don't always think about environmental sustainability as artists, but we must, because we live on this planet Earth, and planet Earth must be very careful about itself, its existence. The third one, sustainability of the performing arts. That is the one that I wanted to focus on a little. How natural and cultural capital are similar, as they are both inherited from the past. And they are capable of yielding use and non-use benefits, but they require a duty of care. So we must care for our arts if they're going to continue existing. And if we as performing artists are going to thrive, then we must be talking about sustainability of the performing arts. Socioeconomic transformation, that was something that I needed to talk about. 3 things that I'll mention here. Economic transformation, increasing the proportion of economic output and employment, and this is generated by different sectors other than agriculture. Question is, do the performing arts do that? Or can the performing arts, performance arts or performing arts increase the proportion of economic output and employment? I think we've seen that in Kenya, especially in the past, perhaps 7 to 10 years, we have seen that happening. Economic transformation is very necessary if it is going to enhance the quality of economic growth, to create jobs, and to reduce poverty in a long-term, sustainable and inclusive way. And in the arts, we've got to grasp economic transformation. In the process, there's also societal transformation, where we have a very deep and sustained system of change within the society. And the arts generate this, the arts bring this up. That reminds me, I'm almost contradicting myself. Somebody once listened to some music that was being played and watched the performance and the costume of the performers. And they were very embarrassed, and they came and asked me, is that the kind of music you teach? I think they put it differently. See how the music you teach is transforming the world. I said, no, music only reflects the world. I had to say something, that music is reflecting culture. It is not creating the culture. But we've got to be cautious about that, the social transformation. So now the combination of the two, the socio-economic transformation, where I put the economic and the social together. This is the sum of social and economic transformations that will help us achieve development within the society. Does music have a role? Does theater have a role? Does film have a role? Does spoken word have a role? And there's some indicators, and maybe this can help us decide if our arts have a role. The first indicator is increased national income. What's GDP in normal English? Gross domestic product per capita. I think it does. Even if you don't have a bank account, you have an M-Pesa account. Reduced poverty population living below the poverty line. I think it does. Increased creation of decent and productive jobs. I hope you're ticking with me. Developed and integrated cities and towns populations living in urban areas. Yeah, a lot of that. Accelerated growth of exports, and I'm not talking about coffee and tea. I think if you have the opportunity to go to the embassies looking for a visa, you will see the number of artists looking for visitors. That is export. Increased percentage of digital literacy. Accelerated industrialization for economic transformation, whatever it is that you call industrialization. Developed hard infrastructure for trade competencies. I think this is part of the infrastructure. Increased usage of electronic payment systems. Even I have M-Pesa, by the way. That has helped me. Increased access to basic infrastructure of water, sanitation, electricity, ICT, shelter. Can the arts, the performance arts, contribute to socioeconomic transformation? I think we've just ticked all of those boxes. The next slide. Considering the arts as a national development agenda. The arts as a national development agenda. And I'm talking about the social impact of sustainable performing arts. Slide 6, please. When we have sustainable innovations in the arts, we can have positive impact on numerous social issues. Let's start with inclusion. Because we know that our performing arts are participatory, we include everybody. I remember in third year at KU, for whatever reason, I could not effectively participate in the dance classes. They were very vigorous. I remember the reason. There was a human being growing inside of me. So I couldn't dance, the isukuti and all the rest. So I was given the drums to play and the singing. See, I still did my dance. And I still got my marks. But nobody is ever left out. We are all included. So their inclusion is possible through the arts. So the other element of discrimination can be excluded. There's increased community engagement. I think in one of the papers I talked about communal value acquisition, where because of the role of the arts in our communities, when they are held highly, then as you participate in the highly held or highly esteemed arts, you too become highly esteemed. You acquire a value within your community because of your participation in the arts. There's increased environmental awareness. There is also opportunity for cultural preservation. And imagine, and this one is important for us today, that participating in the arts will promote social justice. This hit me very hard because just this past week I submitted a paper where I was talking about children's songs in engendering or developing social justice. Children's songs, you know those ones, Nyandolo, Nindotere, those ones. Yes, there's a lot of social justice in there. They promote social justice. So why arts education? I think it is the way to sustainable socioeconomic transformation, the way to communal development, the way to social justice, the way to environmental and cultural preservation. And it is done in a very nice way, melodious, artistic. You go and engage in a lot of aesthetic things. You don't get too worried about the hard issues around the environment because you approach it in an aesthetic manner. And the last slide, Madam Chair, I need to conclude. And in concluding, I'd like the last slide, please. I will simply say that the arts are an education for socio-economic transformation with which we shall ignite the future through sustainable innovations and performing arts practices that have a social impact. Allow me to stop there. Asante sana.
That clap, I'm sure we can do better. Yes, let's put up our hands together. Thank you, Professor, for educating us, for encouraging us, and even for challenging us. Because of time, I won't speak too much about the keynote, but there are one or two things that I have picked from her speech. The arts, which are an education for socio-economic transformation, and she has given us a lot of information in that area. At one time, somebody once said that the world cannot do without the arts. And this is really very true because it is through the arts that people are able to process their experiences and their emotions. And participation in the arts goes a long way into contributing to community cohesion. And then we've also learned that our artistic expressions are reflections of what we are, who we are, and where we are. And so we all need to engage in the arts in one way or another. The other thing I have had her give as a challenge is she mentioned a place where she went and in a forum where they were not able to articulate their needs. And I remembered a joke that somebody once shared, and I'll say it in Swahili. Tijogo wenu ni wavivu sana, paka wanaposikia jogoo wa jirani wakiwika, wanasema same. Have we gone to that? We need to be able to articulate our needs, and that can only come if we have critical thinking. We think critically about our situation, and then we are able to articulate our needs. Arts should be included in national development plans, and she has, throughout as I listened to her, what came out to me clearly is that we need an education in the arts. We all need to be educated in the arts so that when we perform, when we do the thing that we know how to do most, we are doing it skillfully. Even there's some verse in the Bible that talks about people who have a skill. It can be able to take you to places where kings are. And I'm sure if I ask all of us, there are some of us who have been to high places. Why? Because you had a skill. And how did you develop your skill? Probably through training. So we just want to say thank you so much, Professor, for that keynote address. And without further ado, I just want to, welcome Kimingichi to take us through the next. Okay, I'll call Dr. Shikuku to come and continue with the program. Thank you so much for listening. Let's give her another round of applause.
We thank you, Professor, for that illuminating discussion and address that you've given to us. I'm sure it will build us in better ways. Thank you so much. You may take your seat. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we feel it will be important for us to take a break. Yes, when you listen to such important words, you need to chew them and ruminate over them over a cup of tea. The Kenya Cultural Center CEO and the management welcome you for a cup of tea. As usual, stage right, stage left. And a few of us will be called upstairs, as it were. Thank you so much and enjoy your tea. In 10 minutes, so that we start the next session at exactly 11:15.
Tell me how about you? Tell me how about you? Said I feel like partying. I'm in a party mood. I'm in a party mood. Said I'm dressed up nice. And I feel good too. Stepping out tonight. Just 'cause I'm in a good mood.
It's up out tonight. I've got my heels on. And I got my money right. I'm looking for a shop on me. I'm already looking good as hell. Wanna meet up out the house. Told him I can do it as long as he don't kiss and tell.
Said I feel like partying. Tell me how about you? Said I feel like partying. Oh yeah. I'm in a party mood. Said I'm dressed up nice. And I feel good too. I'm stepping out tonight. Just 'cause I'm in a good mood. Feel like partying. Tell me how about you? Said I feel like partying. I'm in a party mood. Said I'm dressed up nice.
You're listening to DJ Double X.
Girls, I need to tell you about my boo thing. He is my one and only. He is a fine brother. Yes, he is.
He's my coffee cup brother, a lover like no other. He's my boo thing.
Yeah.
He's my karma kiss, my
I buy you a drink? You wanna dance? But I got something even better for you. Check this out right here. I wanna get my drink on. Turn around and get my groove on. I wanna get my drink on. Turn around and get my groove on. I got some gin and Taylor Port. The baddest woman in some booty shorts. Woo! The DJ playing good music. Everybody getting on the floor and they getting into it. Everybody's drinking and having fun. I just came to party and get my groove on. Oh yeah, yes I did, baby. I said I wanna get my drink on. Turn around and get my groove on. Chad, if you don't mind. It's the weekend and I just got in. Wanna go out and party with some friends. Heard there was a party going on tonight. Tonight is the night and I'm feeling alright. I told the DJ to turn it up. Mr. Bartender, pour me one more cup. My drink on. Turn around and get my groove on. Oh yeah, I wanna get my drink on. Turn around and get my groove on. Tony, if you don't mind, I got some gin and Taylor Port. The baddest woman in some booty shorts.
I'm about ready to show up and show out. Fellas, put your weight on it. Now for years, people done talked about the cleanup woman, but I'm getting ready to tell you about the get right man. Listen.
The get right man is a man who can give a woman everything that she wants him to. The reason I know so much about him, because the get right man lives inside of me. Listen, you see the game they playing done got old. She need a get right man to stand up and take control. You keep making it easy for the get right man to take that woman away. You keep making it easy for the get right man to take that woman away. You see, the get right man don't have to tell no lies. Say what it is, be straight up, and let that woman decide if she's gonna love you and all that other stuff. You see, the best thing a man can do is sure enough be straight up. See, you've been running out, playing all night long, while she's talking to me, sending me pictures on my cell phone. You keep making it easy for the get right man to take that woman away. You keep making it easy for the get right man to take that woman away. Listen, a get right man will always be right there. Pay attention to all her words, let her know you really care. Make love to her man at least 3 or 4 times a day. And if that's your woman on the other end, you're getting ready to walk away.
You're listening to DJ Double X.
ladies, if you have a good man, take care of him, feed him, because if you don't, somebody else will. I met this fine country man. I met him on a Friday night. He was out there doing his thing. I never seen a man with such a country twang. He was moving to the left, he was moving to the right. I had to back that thing up on him all night. He said, baby, baby, please have mercy on me. I said, my name is Miss Honey, and you're coming home with me. You see, I'm a neck bone lady. I got the cornbread and the hot sauce. I'm a neck bone lady. I got the cornbread and the hot sauce. I'm a woman, ooh, I'm a country girl. You know what that means. I'ma rock your world. He said, slow down, 'cause you're moving too fast. I told him I want this love, I want this love to last. I'll cook and clean for you, and I'll wash your clothes for you. Anything you need from me, baby, oh, just let me know. I'm an independent woman, I can see you're an independent man. I'll leave a taste in your mouth that will melt in your head. I got the cornbread and the hot sauce. I'm a neck bone lady. I got the cornbread and the hot sauce.
Miss Connie,
What's up, LJ?
what in the world is a neck bone lady?
That's me. You know why?
Why?
Because I got a good man, and he goes to work and he pays the bills. So yeah, I'm gonna make him some neck bones, collard greens, macaroni and cheese, little cornbread with a little hot sauce and sweet tea. I'm gonna make sure you got some clean drawers and some good socks, and I'm gonna iron him uniforms for him to go to work.
Home one day, that's when I seen the stun look on my face. That's when I knew something was up. I'm out the door, babe, enough is enough. You gon' see how it's gon' be without me. Without me, baby, I'm leaving. I'm not coming home. Baby, I'm leaving. 'Cause you did me wrong. Now this heifer, she did me so wrong. She brought another man inside my home. Hey, you gon' see how it's gon' be without me. Without me, baby. Without me, you gon' see. Baby, I'm leaving. I'm not coming I'm not coming home. I'm not coming home, baby. Baby, I'm leaving, packing my bag, yeah. 'Cause you did me wrong. I'm on the road. Grab yourself a lady and let me show you what I'm talking about. Step to the bar and have yourself a drink. Forget about your day job. Come along and sing with me. Something about this lady. Something about this lady. Oh, so the girl's been good to me. She's the only one I need. Something about this lady. Yes, it is. Something about my girl. Sanctified, 'cause a girl changed my whole life. Now that's out the way. Come along with me. Got some liquor and some chicken wings. They shaking ass in the VIP. Clown so thick, you can feel it in your chest. We call it a hole in the wall 'cause it's full of yak and cigarettes. I'm out on the floor, a woman looking at me. But I'm full from my chicken dinner. I don't need no side piece. We step to the bar and got ourselves some drinks. We'll give a damn about a day job. Come along and sing with me. Something about this lady. Something about this lady. Oh, baby. See, the girl's been good to me. She's the only one I need. Something about this lady. Something about this lady. Something about, baby. Since life being sanctified, yeah, my whole life. Something about this lady, something about my girl, something about this lady. So the girl's been good to me. She been the only one I need. Something about this lady, oh yeah, something about my girl. Since life being sanctified, 'cause a girl changed my whole life. Get down. My mama said, don't be acting like no hoe. You a man, you supposed to get it on your own. Don't shack up with no woman at home, 'cause she'll put you out when you're calling for the loans. But now she got a whole nother hitter, spending every other night with her. We should've let her know. Ain't no bitch in me. Ain't no bitch in me. Ain't no bitch in me. No. Ain't no bitch in me. Ain't no bitch in me. No. Ain't no bitch in me.
Smoke Dog XMO signing in. Love, it ain't no bitch in me, and I can promise you that. Don't be fooled 'cause I'm humble and I show some respect. And if I said it, then I meant it. I ain't taking it back. And I'm trying to be better, but God ain't done with me yet. So I'ma do what I want to and say what I want to. You feel some type excluded, boy, I'm talking to you too. And I act this way because of the shit that I've been through.
No. My mama said, don't be acting like no hoe.
Don't be acting like a hoe, nigga.
You a man, you're supposed to get it on your own.
Get it on your own.
And if anybody else, you forget it. I said it ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. Ain't no bitch in me. No, no. Ain't no bitch in me.
You're listening to DJ Double X.
This is what
Kimingichi Wabende from the University of Nairobi to lead us through this session. Daktari, karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shikuku. I'm grateful to be here. This space has just been renovated. And when you look around, you see a lot of newness. And I know people who are coming to present are going to give us something exciting, something new, something that can make us go away knowing the performing arts and everything associated with it is going to grow. As you've been told, my name is Kimingichi Wabende from the University of Nairobi, just across here. And I'm privileged to be facilitating this session with the following people. Perhaps I would like them to come over here. We take these comfortable seats. They seem also to be new. So we are enjoying this newness everywhere. I don't want to mention the other political elements. We're just going to do theater, but you've seen a lot of theater on the streets. That's part of the newness that we are talking about. So may I welcome Alice Wangui and Yvonne Wamuyu. Oh, I didn't realize they were the two ladies I was sitting next to. Karibu, karibu, karibu. And someone else that I'm associated with, Daniel Simiyu. Karibu. I will talk about the association later. And the policymakers, Anne Kitonga, Adan Shibia, and Moses Njenga. Karibuni. And this session is going to run for how many? Chikuku will have to clarify about this time. I can see that if I go by the program, we are already through with the session. So we'll be welcoming people to come over here. You make your presentation for 15 minutes, and then we can have a session. And therefore, the two beautiful ladies here going to give us a nice paper. Unfortunately, their bio is somewhere on WhatsApp. They said we used to complain about people who look at their phones for a long time. Now that is actually the thing. If you're not on your phone, it means you are not supposed to belong to this group of people. So we start with Alice Kombani. Alice Kombani is a prolific award-winning filmmaker with a Bachelor of Arts in Theater Arts and Film from Kenyatta University. She's currently undertaking her master's project titled Grounding the African Film Story to Exhibition at Kenyatta University. Her first short film, Angles of My Face, won the International Silver though at the Zanzibar International Festival in 2015. And while some of her notable films are 14-Seater, Sunflower Oil, which was screened at Machahood. So you can see someone with a heavy CV. Who among the two of you? Okay. So that we are not looking at the wrong person. And then we have Yvonne Wamuyu, who is a multidisciplinary storyteller. She will tell us what multidisciplinary storyteller means. A filmmaker and a thespian. She has acted and specializes in script writing with her latest project, When the Gods Argue. Okay? There's someone who was asking about script writing, so we're going to get tips before you leave there. She's a writer and has first published works in her portfolio cutting across different genres in creative fiction and non-fiction. Karibu Amoyo. So for now, we will welcome you to make a presentation for 15 minutes. Then we'll thank you. They forgot to put a seat for the facilitator. Oh, I can get one. Go ahead, please.
Hello. It's still morning. Good morning. As you heard, my name is Alice Wangoi, and I am a filmmaker. Maybe kutia mkazo. The echo is gone. We want to know who was sponsoring the echo. And I'm glad that, I'm sorry, Professor Emily didn't get this opportunity to speak without an echo. I'm so happy that she was here to introduce maybe everything that we are here to talk about. And I just want to briefly maybe get into the thick of things. I'm a filmmaker. I'm studying grounding the African film, which basically means I can see the Gen Zs are missing. Walikula wakaenda? Mko hapo? Sambamba. These are the people that we're teaching. I've taught film in one of the private universities, and I've realized that we are teaching film, but we are not seeing our students making films. It's very hard to make films. So my research is around that. Basically what I'm trying to say is that we're able to make films and without having the brackets of Hollywood. Making films as Africans and as Kenyans. That's exactly what I'm studying. And that means I am trying to make films with everything that we have. And like vile tunaonanga, making films with a cell phone is something which is extraordinary. I want us to start there. TikTok in a thrive, and we're able to also make feature-length films, telling our stories using the same gadgets, and showing these movies to the people that these stories are about. So what I'm trying to do is to tell you, maybe our students and anyone else who's trying to make movies, that it's possible to tell our stories and basically record our history using film. So grounding the African film is exactly that. To the presentation, my research is around from concept, when you're conceptualizing the stories, to exhibiting the stories. So today I'm here to talk about Towards Cinema, which is the exhibiting end of our films. This has been an existing, we can go to the first slide. This has been an existing movement. Let me call it a movement because we want for it to go nationwide and maybe all through Africa. My research is around Africa because the kind of stories we're telling are applicable in all of the continent. At the same time, the kind of tools that we're using in Africa are the tools that can be used anywhere in Africa without forgetting the fact that we have been colonized, and also Hollywood is colonizing us at this particular moment by the kind of content that we're seeing even on our TVs, because honestly speaking, we don't have a good percentage of our local content on TV, the mainstream media. So we introduced Towards Cinema while I was still an undergraduate in Kenyatta University. It was a movement to be able to show people that we are making good movies. We can't compare them to Hollywood movies. First of all, it's unfair. We are not the same people, so we can't make movies the same. But tukisoma, that was what we were doing. We're trying to make movies that look like Hollywood. I want us to disengage with that and start making movies for ourselves with the tools that we have right here, right now. So that's the kind of movies that we're showing at Towards Cinema. These are our movies for ourselves and about us. Maybe I can just read the first, let me go back to the first slide. So we recognize that the industry has long struggled, especially with film distribution. And we introduced Towards Cinema. Exactly what I said about Hollywood, we can't compare. And maybe what I can say is that Towards Cinema is showing movies in the spaces that we are already gathered. By this, I'm talking about church, I'm talking about markets, I'm talking about football pitches, I'm talking about university, where most of us have been through. We have to actually identify these spaces and start growing our movement in these spaces. So that's what Towards Cinema is about. Next slide. So unlike Hollywood, which we know has been there for such a long time, and we know that even it has inklings into the governments of that area, Towards Cinema is a local production for local people. And we're not connected to any channel. We're trying to come from the ground up. A point to note is that distributors play a crucial role in marketing and promoting media content, deciding the release, the strategies that they use, the logistics, and even compliance, like in KFCB, KCB. And then they bridge the gap between production companies and consumers. So with Towards Cinema, what we're trying to teach, especially our students, is that it's possible for us, for you, to make a movie and show it wherever it is that you are. If you've made your movie in Kangemi, is it possible for you to start screening that movie in Kangemi market? So that's where you need to first find your fans. Your fan base should start there. Unlike the Hollywood model, which starts from the top and then comes down, like from the box office. We can proceed. So I think in my research, I am close to Nollywood, which is an African structure that shows us how we've moved from the way they began in the small theaters in the village, and then eventually it becomes wanazungushata their DVDs and their CDs in vans and all that. So for us, it's almost the same thing. And the Nollywood structure bypassed the traditional Hollywood distribution by producing their films and then distributing them on hard copy. Hizo ni zile enzi za DVDs na CDs. So for us, it's a bit different because with internet, we have actually improved. We can even sell our links. And these are things that we have done before. The movies that we've mentioned, we've been able to see that. Maybe I can mention the last movie that we made, which was post-COVID, post the plague. We were able to have the movie screen. The movie was Pillow Talk, and we were able to screen it for a whole month at IMAX. Now that's the kind of structure, maybe that I can call that research. That's the kind of structure we are getting away from and coming to this structure where we're starting from the village to these spaces where, like KNT, where we have more people who probably didn't contribute. When I say contribute, it's in, for example, any filmmaker here knows you have to talk to people, you have to cast them in all their spaces. So in these spaces that you've talked to these people, is it possible for you to screen these movies, for these people to see themselves and to even recognize that the work that they've put in the movies? Next slide, please. I'm so glad Wamoyo put this clip of this movie. This is the last movie that we made. It's called Babe. This is, I think I can call this the #1 movie that we're going to use in this structure. And we made it, we grounded it. One of the tenets that we're looking for the research is being able to operate in a certain radius. So I've been happy to work with my alumnus, Kenyatta University, where they gave us space to shoot this movie. And the first place we're going to screen this movie is going to be at the Kenyatta University Cultural, what do we call it? Culture Week, yeah. So this is the first place that this movie is going to screen, and then we can expand from there. So from the ground and away and beyond. So a point to note is the distribution problem in Kenya is basically the resources. I've seen it with my film students. They've not been able to come from the, you know how to make a movie, but you're not able to really come out and say, I can make this movie. It takes a lot. So what I'm encouraging is, even the stories that your grandmother tells you, is it possible to be able to conceptualize and put it in a framework where we're able to shoot? The same way to create content here, maybe TikTok and the likes, to create that movie in the smallest way with the available infrastructure and to be able to even screen it to those people that you first start with. And then maybe you can take the festival routes and the rest. I don't want to read the slides. I know all of us can read. So Towards Cinema has been in existence, and our first, maybe this year, I'm hoping it's going to happen this year. We've seen a lot of change in the air, and we're hoping to have, we are in the thousands right now. Our database has like 1,000 people who follow us. We're hoping by the year 2025, we'll have 1 million eyeballs, people who are following us and are wanting the best for us. And maybe I can mention, one of the things that we're doing is that we're working with upcoming film students, because now this is an industry that we're creating from the ground up, to be able to show them that this is possible, and for them to also have experience in making these movies from concept to exhibition. Next slide. So Towards Cinema is, one thing that we also talk about in the research is improvisation, being able to use what we have. And Towards Cinema has done that. We've been able to create an event around music, local music, tumekuwa na band local, and local food, like seasonal food. It's not about looking for a rare dish from sijui where. If viazi na smoky pasua is what is available, that is what we serve at the event. And the music is also by us. Economically, Towards Cinema will provide a much sought after revenue stream for Kenyan filmmakers. This is obviously because we've bypassed, if you come to IMAX, that's something that I've done, you have to pay a certain amount of money for you to screen, first of all, without even having made any revenue. So that's what we're bypassing. We are able to create these movies and bring them to the people directly. So the filmmakers will be able to get income that way, like a bigger percentage. So the event is previously imekuwa free to air, like you just set a space, show the movies, and this has allowed us to introduce the aspect that our movies don't suck that bad, especially because now we went to school. Our movies are very, very good. And then, of course, we represent a significant improvement to local Kenyan film distribution in its mobile nature. For example, right now, when we're talking about the Culture Week, it's an event which happens in Kenyatta University and also exists in other universities. So these movies will be able to get there eventually, probably around the country. This is a very exciting moment for us. Baby is the first movie maybe we'll be able to do this with. And I'm sure with the kind of students that we have on set right now as you speak, it's going to be a very, very exciting avenue for all of us. So, of course, we have challenges. They're unique because we're starting not entirely new. We acknowledge the existence of Alliance Francaise, which has Cinema Mtaani. It's not new, only that now it's local for the locals. So, in conclusion, I think that's whatever our Honorable said right now. These are new times. These are changing times. So we need to look for solutions amongst ourselves, where right now we're even thinking about sharing our links, the movies, whatever kina mkurugenzi are doing right now, which is something which is very, very viable for people to do. I know we are worried about content, ikipotea, and things like that. But I want us to be very, very aggressive in being able to let go of things like umetengeneza cinema. I know we have a lot of movies in our laptops. Letting it go, giving the link out, not giving, selling the link out and being able to do all these things. To be able to get a sum of money so that we can be able to go back and make even more. And one thing that is very, very important is the fact that we keep talking about history and the fact that we have not been able to record our history. But we have the tools right now to do exactly that. I want us to think about that and to even embrace this as something which we need to do. All these stories that we see on the streets, at Saizi, we know that even with the kind of media we have, it's hard for us to see everything that happens. But with phones, we've been able to see a lot of things happening, even in the spaces that we never imagined could happen. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clap for her and the team. I know the Gen Z find it funny when we talk about our times. It was never easy for us to watch movies during our days. There used to be a film on 26th. I don't know what about other towns, but for our town it used to be on 26th and 16th. And it was both a social event where we planned evil too. When the film is over, there will be people carrying rotten eggs ready to throw at you. So you look forward to all those kinds of things during the film. And we never had any log film. We grew up on Paddy Spencer, Trans Hill, Chuck Norris. So that's how old we are. And what interests me is the issue of spaces. Now the word space has become frightening. Someone just decided that they are going to call a space, the Twitter Spaces. And she's talking about spaces where we can watch film. How are we going to make sure that film is not just something I can all watch alone? How does film become an entertainment and a social space of interaction? So I know we're going to come back to the questions later, but I would like them to reflect on that. How do we make it both an entertainment spot and a social interaction space as we think about that? So reserve your questions. We'll present all of them, then we have a discussion as we go on. Now we're going to move to Simiyu, Daniel Simiyu. I said we are associated in a way. Some of you might think because we are village mates, no. He is a student at University of Nairobi. That was KU that has opened Shikuku, but now we go to University of Nairobi. And Simiyu is an award-winning performing artist based in Mombasa. She's also a psychology enthusiast. He's a pivotal member of the management team at Swahili Pot Hub. I guess that is one of the spaces. They should make sure they show their film there. He was part of the first cohort in Poetry Theatre Development Project, included in a 1-month residence at the Kenya National Theatre in 2023. He's a certified cultural programmer from Creative Arts Space in Kenya. He's a global peace champion, known for his active participation in forums like Heritage Hubs Connect, ULEAD Summit, Pwani Innovation. So those of you who are asking for leadership in Gen Z, you can see people are doing leadership courses. I guess we will see leadership emanating from that. Please help me welcome Simiyu to make his presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you sana, Mwalimu. Mwalimu ame-ease tension yangu because throughout the week I've been watching presentation and I was wondering, does the pressure increase or decreases? Does the pressure increase or decrease? Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Daniel Simiyu, as you've heard my bio. And 11 years ago, I got my first award as the best narrator in Kilifi County. 10 years ago, I got my second award as Artist of the Year. That was in Ribe Boys High School. As people were getting best in maths, best in Izo, sindio? I got Artist of the Year. Then 2 years later, as I was taking my leap year before I joined the University of Nairobi, I was looking for a space to continue my performing arts journey. That's where I was introduced to Swahili Pot Hub Foundation. And luckily, a week two, they were doing auditions for the first Pwani Got Talent. And it has grown over the years till now. It is placed at the last day of Pwani Innovation Week. And I'm encouraging scholars and the young people in the building to submit papers for Pwani Innovation Week. It's coming around October, so that you can also get to experience our space and share the knowledge. Sindio? So I am presenting about, my study is around Swahili Pot Hub as a space and its social impact to the community. So Swahili Pot is located in Mombasa. It's a vibrant organization dedicated to empowering youth through arts, technology, and innovation. This paper explores the profound impact of Swahili Pot Hub Foundation's programs and activities on individual lives, particularly in the realm of performing arts, aligning with the theme of the second Performing Arts Conference, which is Igniting the Future, being sustainable innovation and social impact in performing arts. Swahili Pot Hub Foundation has initiated transformative programs aimed at nurturing talent and providing youth engagement opportunities in performing arts. Program like the one that I mentioned, Pwani Got Talent, it has grown, and over the years we have improved the methodology of absorbing performing artists into the program, whereby we do auditions, then they come, they present during the Pwani Got Talent, and there are awards, very big awards. Apart from the awards, we connect them to opportunities, and our creative space has got a lot of trainings, being the most recently, na pia inaendelea sahi, inaitwa Talent to Income. Talent to Income, artists are called, they are trained to open businesses, to open creative enterprises. Unajua unaweza kuwa msanii, but you're not doing it as a business. You're not bringing money to your pocket. So Talent to Income teaches you how to pitch, teaches you how to create pitch decks, teaches you how to present investor-worthy presentation, so that you can be able to start your creative enterprise and just walk a mile with you throughout your creative journey. Performing arts at Swahili Pot Hub has incorporated innovation, whereby right now we have Sanaa Art Shop. Sanaa Art Shop incorporates creatives enterprises whereby they post their work on Sanaa Art Shop, package your work, be able to market it, and get clients from the shop. Ni kama ni duka, lakini kwa hiyo duka kuna poet, kuna musician, kuna painter, unaona, but all in one, as one shop, Sanaa Art Shop. And Swahili Pot Hub, we have grown to have started Swahili Pot FM, that is 91.7, within the coastal region. And my chief mentor, who is our CEO, we call him Chief Mentor, Mr. Mahmoud Noor, I'm challenging you to expand the waves of Swahili Pot FM throughout East Africa, so that creatives and performing artists within East Africa be able to showcase their talent in the Swahili Pot FM radio. Speaking of innovations also, in our space, the young people have been able to come up with a podcast called The Hot Pot Show. The Hot Pot Show, it's now in its third episode, And within the episode, the second episode, we featured Daudi Anguka, who is the producer of Mvera, which has been featured on Netflix. And also, the performing artists at Swahili Pot Hub have been able to be featured in the movie. And sahi portfolio yao imeongezeka, sahi wanaweza sema nimefika Netflix, si ndio? Hata mimi pia na hope one day one time tutafika hapo, but ni pole pole, si ndio? And beyond individual success stories, Swahili Pot Hub programs contribute to broader societal benefits. They enhance youth civic participation and capacity for effective positive change, foster entrepreneurship and economic development through initiative like the Startup School, kama ile nimeambia Talent to Income, and preserve and promote Swahili cultural heritage through programs like the Modern Heritage of Africa and Heritopolis. Heritopolis means heritage in the metropolis. Sitting at the Heritage Department, we highly encourage performing artists to create content that preserve our heritage, that promotes our heritage. The other day, the PS of Heritage was here, and she also encouraged the young people and performing artists at large to do that. And in doing so, in future, looking back, this will be our heritage. In future, they will be listening to our music and be saying, our heritage is rich. Sindio? In my conclusion is that I'd like to invite to watch cinema to Swahili Pot Hub, because we've also hosted Mombasa International Film Festival, because Swahili Pot Hub sits on the land of the National Museums of Kenya. So we hosted it at the Fort Jesus, and we also exhibited during the Kalasha Festival. So we bring all the components of theater together and also invite innovation, not just any innovation, sustainable innovation, so that it keeps continue growing and putting money in the pockets of the young people. Sindio? So, Mwalimu, I'd like to finish from there, then take in questions maybe later. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for Simiyu. And you can see the innovative ways. For us, we had to wait for a truck to drive all the way from Nairobi for us to watch a film. What they are explaining here are possibilities that they are opening up through. So we have physical spaces where people can go and watch, but we still have virtual spaces. And these virtual spaces are many. And you can see they have a radio, they can use podcasts, and the rest. So we need to continually think about these spaces, what kind of spaces, and how do we interact in them. That in virtual spaces, despite being different spaces or different places we are watching them, you can still give comments and interact within those virtual spaces. And I would like us to see, as we connect these, so that you're not looking at one presentation as separate. They're talking about cinema, some borrowing partly, ensuring that there is meeting spaces where people can eat as part of African culture as we watch. They have creating spaces for people in Mombasa and also training. And then we can move to the people who are not in our arts, but they are big researchers. They know how to make money. My interest is that all these people, the young generation, are trying to ensure that they can earn from the arts. Because if you are in this space some time back, we used to be the poorest artists in East Africa. You will go to Uganda and find artists driving vehicles. Tanzania, they were doing that, and you'll come to Kenya and there was nothing. Until they said 70% on TV. That's when artists started earning money. Now you see very many artists who are very rich. Just before I came here, I met someone who wants to do research on theater, the arts management. I wish I knew the policymakers were going to be here. And therefore, our next presenters are the policy people from Kipra. Kipra is very renowned. So we are lucky to have them here. They're always doing research, releasing big statements about what is happening in our economy. We are lucky to have two of them here to talk about this relationship so that we know how what they're talking about can earn us money. And we have two presenters. There's Anna Kitonga, Senior Policy Analyst in Private Sector Development at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research. That's what we're calling KIPRA and Analysis. She holds a Master's of Science degree in Development Economics from University of Manchester and a Master's of Law in Innovation, Technology and the Law. Anne has over 15 years in public policy analysis, and her research experience and expertise include creative economy, micro and small enterprise, intellectual property rights, innovation and economic development. She has published widely in these areas. So just know that Anne is on the other side. These days people say you can dress, you can look like a man and be a woman. So just be sure she's the one who's not. So then we move to Adan Shibia. Adan Shibia is a Senior Policy Analyst in Private Sector Development Department at the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA. He has MSc in Banking and Finance, specializing in financial sector policy from Moi University. His research interests are in private sector development, focusing on creative economy, business environment, innovation, farm growth, development finance. He has over 11 years of experience in public policy, research and analysis. He's widely published in peer-reviewed journals and various policy papers. So you get those two individuals who are very experienced, and from each you can hear that element of creative economy where we belong. So I welcome you to give us a presentation, and so that we may learn more about how we can make money from performing.
Thank you. So just to provide more context, KIPRA is a state agency and a Ministry of Economic Planning to do policy to do research to inform policy. So we have, as an institute, over the last maybe 2 to 3 years, looked at the creative economy because it's a policy priority, but obviously something that can support economic development. So as you're aware, in our policy instruments, including Vision 2030, the third medium-term plan that implements Vision 2030 identifies creative economy as amongst the pillars, together with digital highway. So that's why we're here, and we're continuing to support it from a policy point of view. I like joking to Kinangobia and the rest that I'm a groupie to the creative, because I'm not yet there. I barely watch plays, local content, my percentage is low, but because I have to understand it more, I'm going to plug in more. So utaniona too. But for now, let's look at it from a policy point of view. So how we wanted to explore this, especially after we got the invitation to consider participating, is because we're a policy institution, to start exploring what's going on in terms of the policy framework. And we also leverage on what you're talking about, Alice, from creation to exhibition, therefore then consumption. But we looked only on performing arts. We have others that we also have on film, which we can discuss at a later stage. But obviously, as I said, I look at it from creative economy point of view, which is knowledge. It's actually, as much as it's creative, it relies a lot on knowledge to present outputs that have some intellectual property in it, and then obviously consequently can be a revenue generating opportunity. It has been hinted earlier that our keynote speaker, had mentioned that creative economy is not limited to local. It's actually an export. This actually is a finding from a study by UNCTAD that stated that the creative economy, creative economy is amongst the highest contributor of export of the recent trends. So, it's probably films and books and literature, whatever we can access. So it actually is something that we can look at beyond our local content to the global market. Obviously, it contributes to a lot of cohesion, protection. It deals with social economic challenges. It helps with mental health. Yesterday's presentations were excellent examples on that. So we explore that it has lots to do to support the national and the global economy. We also wanted to bring out, maybe we can go to the next slide, the fact that amongst what is characterized or defined as creative economy is performing arts. The definition available in literary circles is it's basically how you express art in life form, and it includes music, stage plays, dance, comedy, a lot of what we've observed obviously here. Next slide. So just, although I hinted as much earlier, from a policy point of view, you can see some little, but maybe not very coordinated or not very comprehensive policy interventions that support the sector. Key amongst them is there's a culture policy, but even if you search for it, it's hard to find. We got it because we are a policy institution and we needed to access it, but we probably will provide it in our platform. KIPRA has a policy repository, just that we got it in hard copy, so we're trying to see how to. Yeah, but basically we have a 2021 culture policy. It does recognize performing arts, but does not have policy interventions to strengthen performing arts. But it does say that this is important, so that's one step, but we missed the policy intent. We also explored the Basic Education Act provides for co-curricular activities, basically requiring institutions to provide facilities, institutions of education to provide facilities to support learners to undertake co-curricular activity, and that the cabinet secretary is to draw a calendar. We observed a similar provision in the Universities Act. So that's what I'm saying, it's piecemeal, but at least there's something. So informed by that, we realized maybe we need to explore the gaps from a value chain, from creation to consumption. What's ailing us? What can policy do? And is even policy important? Is there? So let's see, and we're open to getting feedback. Next slide. So this just tries to describe, of course we undertake policy, research-informed policy, so you really need to be clear about the approach we are taking. So we've already said it's a value chain: creation, production, dissemination, exhibition, and consumption. For performing arts, however, production and exhibition, the difference doesn't seem to come out clearly, which is not the same for film, so allow us to collapse production and exhibition. And then we also acknowledge from different studies that even within this value chains, there are things that you can look out for. One is support. What is provided, what support avenues are available in the different value chain phases. This includes human capacity, technology, and infrastructure. The next aspect is the enablers. And for any government, a major enabler is the policy environment, and then also access to finance. So those are the parameters we try to explore. Maybe not comprehensively, but we have within the value chain. Next slide. So we try to separate music and theater, and we realize there's no difference. So I'll just go through this, but then the next slide says theater, but there's no difference. So basically, for purpose of this study, given the creative economy value chain, creation is scripting. It's scripting. For music, it's music composition. For dance is what's dance training called? That word. Yes, choreography. For production, just for us to look at it from a flow, we called production more of rehearsals, when you get the contracts done, when you get your costumes, when you do the stage setup, just the preparation part of it. However, the personnel and equipment and infrastructure will be the same as exhibition. So that's why we said, let's just collapse it at some point. Dissemination, for film it's clearer, but for performing arts you can advise. We presume it's the network that people have. Like producers have a database of people, then they send a flyer. That's how we're perceiving dissemination. And this is when you prepare for ticketing, you work with the online digital ticketing service providers and get the same. So that's dissemination. Exhibition is obviously the live performance. That's why we're saying production and exhibition can overlap, because in production, even rehearsal might be in the same venue as you end up doing the live. Anyway, so this is where the live performance is done. We do acknowledge it can be open air, but it's largely in spaces because of, I guess, the lighting and audio visual and all those elements that are required. And we also acknowledge, even though live performing arts by definition is live, we recognize that you can record and it can be streamed live, it can be broadcasted. So we also document that, and it might be helping with the local content provision. So what Dr. had said is an important thing to bring out. Through policy, the government has an act that requires the country to have a programming code. Within the programming code, it requires that all broadcasters shall disseminate at least 40% of its content from local content. The programming code actually says it's supposed to be a transitional element. Then after 3 years of broadcasting, you should go to 70%, I think. But compliance is still closer to the 40, but that's another topic for another day. But basically, policy does play a role. I think that's what I want to bring out. Then consumption is obviously consumption, how you perceive and receive the performances, music or play. So kindly skip the next one because it's exactly the same. And let's go to creation. So from creation, the main message, so remember we're looking at the support. It's capacity, infrastructure, and then enablers, which is finance and policy. So in terms of capacity, we acknowledge there's quite a lot of training institutions. A number of you have mentioned some of them that support in the development of in nurturing the talent. However, this is again where I want you to see why policy can play an important role. The first attempt to give the example of music, and keynote speaker is back, so we'll see to what extent this is valid. The first attempt to integrate music into the curriculum was following a report. It was called Presidential National Music Commission Report of 1984, which recognizes how music is important and should be included in the curriculum. So you can see the 844 education system included music. However, following a different study, in the year 2000, music was made not compulsory, which had some adverse effects, to say the least. For data, since we're from a research institution, the data reveals in 1992, because remember we said 844, so from 1987 to 80s and 90s, it was compulsory, it was available, teachers were there, it was enjoyable, people were doing co-curricular activity. So if you look at the data for 1992, those who did KCSE, so it was compulsory in primary level, secondary, chaguo ni lako. So those who took it and did the exam were, in 1992, were 2,484. This is important statistics, but you'll get to understand why. That's 1992. 10 years later, 2002, remember the report of 2000, the number that did KCSE was 523. That's drastically low. So that's what I'm saying about the impact of policy. So the policy intervention was, this is no longer compulsory. Take it if you're not taking it. So teachers were no longer interested in providing a subject that the school, you're not sure if you're going to get the job. So teachers declined, students declined, interest declined. That's the message we want to bring here. At the moment, all this data is from the economic survey, the statistical abstract. At the moment, or rather, in the last data we checked was 2022. The number went back up to 2,400, but in 2012, because I want to 10 years, it was 1,200. So that's just bringing out that training from the basic level is important. Another thing we wanted to observe is that obviously the CBC education system really clearly, and this we've observed it in the framework, we've seen the syllabus, it integrates music, dance, theater, and elocution. These are terms that I'm learning as we do the research, are to be integrated fully in the education system. So that's a policy intent, which is what we're trying to bring out. We also acknowledge that the government has been developing a music policy. The policy provides so many parameters, including how to ensure that the education framework is supportive of the industry interests. We also acknowledge from a core curricular point of view, with or without theater in the curriculum or music in the curriculum, it has been an important pillar in the education system. I know a number of people in the audience have been in either music festival or drama festival, which is drama and film now, and that has been something that has been acknowledged and done consistently from pre-colonial periods to date, but without a policy framework. I say this a lot because I have a feeling that if we're clear about what the policy intent is for those who win in terms of the individuals or the schools, there might be some incentives or rewards that can then nurture the creative economy. So for instance, if we state for every county, the top schools shall get XXX, theater, whatever based on the needs, maybe that will nurture it more. So even though it's there, which is excellent, to what extent can policy institutionalize it and provide incentives that can then nurture that? So that, I will not go to as much detail, it's just that this one had a lot more content from, there's so limited information out there. So continue, it is in the last slide, continue doing things like this because it helps us document. So research and policymakers, we're not policymakers, but we influence policy through research, can have evidence. So I think that's the message. Let's go to, yes, thanks. Let's go to production and exhibition. Like I said, let's just talk about it comprehensively. We observed, again, you can validate if this is true or not, this is just from key interviews with experts, that there may be some limited personnel, particularly in terms of production. So you might have actors, directors, music, but then the actual stage-related production, there might be some limitations. Let's skip the aspect of copyright, but because I think it was mentioned earlier that, you need to, if you're using, what do you call it, original compositions, to what extent can you ensure that your composition is well protected? But it's clearly, luckily for Kenya, it's clearly provided in the Copyright Act. But the main message here is infrastructure deficits. We observed from the little literature, it's so limited, that even though there might be some facilities for production like this theater, they're few. The private sector, however, is really plugging in. You can get support from schools, you can go to the bars and clubs and have a stage. But then a study reveals that they may not be optimal for certain, especially international standard of music, so we still need, it's an area of improvement. I had John C.B. Okumu saying, or challenging that can we change this theater's name from Kenya National Theatre to Nairobi National Theatre, because it may be, obviously we only have one documented national theatre, which is this one, but maybe that's an opportunity. And you can see the Culture Bill of 2024, as much as recreation facilities has been delegated to the county, there's not much. Look at the CIDCs, the reports by the counties. There's not much. They even state we have not done much in terms of cultural infrastructure development. But maybe it might be an issue of obligation or finance. But the Culture Bill actually calls for all counties to promote cultural facilities. I'm presuming these theaters and the like will fit under that category. So the other one is, and I'm hoping this will not step on toes. We acknowledge that there's nothing anywhere that requires for the registration of performing artists. And I'm not saying regulation, just like the Societies Act has one for registration of societies. Is this something that is, it's a gap. It may be a gap, it may be an opportunity, but it's still a gap. Then obviously there's limited funding. This one luckily has so much information on this, so we can go to the next slide. So this is something that we have observed as a policy gap, particularly because there's no fund other than the sports fund, which has a very limited proportion. It has 20%, which is highly competitive. There's no actual fund that can finance. But we acknowledge that the Creative Economy Bill calls for a Creative Economy Fund, so that might be an opportunity. But I hope you can hear that I'm talking about bill, draft policy. It's still, a lot of it is still under draft. Lastly, the second last phase is dissemination. I think the main message is archiving. Again, when I was listening to Okumu, he was saying, Dr. Zippy was asking for some of his photos and information on his acting days, and basically the message was, it seems like that information is limited to the actor or the producing house, or it needs to be archived. A lot of developed countries actually archive the poster, the script, the production, I don't know what they call it, and this might be something that we want to explore. For consumption, it came up again today, so I don't want to repeat. Is there any way to get feedback from the audience or from critics? Is there a way that we can document what's going on from the stage so that the rest, the audience, can benefit from? So let's summarize the policy issues. Skill gaps. I was asking earlier if there's training on scripting, because from our observation, in a study on Africa, so again, limited in Kenya, script writing was a major issue for the selected countries. So we are assuming that includes Kenya. Creative infrastructure inefficiencies or inadequacies, I think that's clear enough. I like the story of this theater that apparently by April, the whole year is booked out because of, it might not be an indicator of lack of infrastructure, but for me, I perceive it that way. It's great that we have these festivals, but to what extent can we nurture a policy environment that, clarifies government intent and county intent in nurturing the same? Archiving, yeah, I think we've discussed that. Registration, we've discussed that. So generally, there seems to be a policy and legislative gap. And we've mentioned the draft music policy, we've mentioned the culture bill. The language policy might also be, and this is federally, I think you're the one who brought it up, that there's actually a lot of plays in different languages in different locations. Do you think language policy can motivate that further? I had another presenter, I can't remember who's, I think it was, anyway, another presenter during this same conference saying, if there's a play in a certain language, is there a way you can obligate that county to host it fast before it goes to? So there's opportunity to leverage on the language policy. So last slide, some of the recommendations. It's last two slides, sorry. Financing, one opportunity might be through the Creative Industrial Development Fund. I don't know to what extent that bill is in terms of the progress, and I don't know if the other gaps that it might have, but in terms of advantage, it does call for an independent fund for creative development generally. So it might be an opportunity where we can, allocate proportions for the different elements. It's worth considering. I think the education curriculum framework at the moment is excellent because it's really exploring the creative economy. So I think it'll be important to continue reviewing that holistically from basic to tertiary. What are the gaps, what are the opportunities, so that we can plug in. If there's no script writing, then you provide it. Then the next is on, I think we can go to the next one. The last is basically stating this. You can see there are some pockets of policy. Even at the county level, there are some counties that have a county policy on culture. The other thing that I noticed is our national spatial plan, which is the plan for like allocation of spatial spaces, like work sites, schools. It actually doesn't provide for creative spaces. So, and that is what you're supposed to use as a county to then develop your county spatial plan. However, some counties have in their wisdom included. I noticed I haven't checked all 47, so excuse me, but for Makueni, it actually had a very clear and even from situation analysis, we have no cultural spaces. We have limited recreation. We shall therefore allocate the following. So see why policy is important. If our plans are not clear, it's not clear, just check it. It's available online. It's the National Spatial Plan for 22, I can't remember. So yes, so just, I think that's the idea is that if we can leverage on policy, it can support us. The second idea is that we need to continue doing this and documenting as much as we can because we don't have statistics, so we then can't inform policymakers. Allow me to stop at that.
Thank you. Clap for her. Policy takes more time, so we gave her a little bit of leeway to talk for slightly more than the rest. But how I wish that we had researchers and then the funders here too, so that we say, this is what the policy says. What is it that is being done in order to take care of what the recommendations are? But they've pointed out very important aspects. What's the role of the creative economy? What is its contribution to the national economy? We should always think about that. Perhaps we don't really take it seriously to a certain extent here, but remember there are countries like Sweden. Again, this new generation might not know a band called ABBA. But that is the country that produced ABBA is the same country that produced Volvo. And ABBA brought in more money for that country than Volvo. One band. So that should tell you if we actually invested a lot, then something big will change. Remember the way we fear America. It's not like we fought Americans and they've beaten us, no? We just see that in movies. They have demonstrated through movies that one single person in America can defeat a whole army. And that has meant what it means to be great for Americans. So how do we ensure that the creative economy does the same for the rest of us? They've mentioned about education, and it reminded me of Madam Ross here when they are showing the production chain, something that looked like a curriculum, what she deals with. And we have CBC. There's always an issue of funding. We have universities. I saw in the policy, they say university to provide equipment. Those of us who teach in those institutions know where the problem is in terms of equipment. And I think collaboration with the industry therefore becomes very important in how we ensure that our training is there. So you think of countries like Korea, where the government policy was implemented to a certain extent that Korea actually, people watch movies, Korean movies everywhere. You will think Korea is a very big country. But we are bigger than Korea in size. And they keep pointing out that we gave them a loan in 1965 or something like that. We loaned them, and now they can actually fund our economy and still be comfortable. So let's see how we make sure that whatever we do can bring us together in all that. So I would like us to go back here and also see people who are asking questions. And as we reflect on that, I'm thinking about what you're presenting on in terms of taking film to the people. And how do you ensure division of labor between production and distribution? Is that you produce and distribute, or we have different chains? We're looking at about spaces and how much of that do you bring in terms of putting youth together? How do we connect to the funders? And I'm thinking about your government department, but given what is said in policy, how do we ensure these things that they look good on paper, how do we ensure actually there is money coming to artists? They will be responding to that, but I would like at least a few questions first before we get the response from this side. Okay. So we'll go with the first three questions. Mwalimu Mbogo.
Thank you. I have a nice question, which I shall email to yourselves the ladies to my left. Okay, so I wrote it down. The best film that I have ever watched is the short 7 minutes film called Wakamba Forever. I enjoyed it because it is a parody of typical Hollywood movies, which I enjoy, including things like the movie with the words Wakamba Forever. But that film also, I enjoyed it because it also brings to me an idea of a history of the Akamba people. Yet, while that movie was enjoyable, I don't think it can sell in some of the festivals, you say, you know, in the global north, for example. I watched it for free. So I actually wonder how they made money. So anyway, in your opinion, as the thinkers of To Watch Cinema, or your outfit, do you think that it is a disadvantage that we can capture local audiences or entertain local audiences, but can't maximize on a rather bigger audience out there, okay? So in the end, we have limited profits, if you like, from our music-making industry, if you look at it as a business, as it were. I'm asking this question because I live close to a certain gallery, and I have seen that artists who bring their work to that gallery, they seem to sell more to people coming from embassies and people, you know, sellers from outside Kenya. But local art funds don't buy from them. So it looks like they prepare work for others out there. Do you find this an interesting problem for filmmakers? That sometimes you might make films, you know, some films that are Kenyan, I have never watched them, but they've made waves outside Kenya. And I've never watched them because the producers didn't think I am worth it, but they thought my story is worth someone else, you know, someone else's money, etc. I'm just, you know, sort of like asking you whether, you can find a question in that.
Okay. And Mwalimu Mbogo's question was a little bit long, so the rest of you will make the questions shorter. Can I have?
Thank you. This is a question to Anne and to the CEO, Mr. Michael Punda. I know you're not part of the panel, but I'll channel this question to the both of you. So I remember, Anne, I knew you when I was presenting a paper on the state of theater during your conference 2023, I believe. And you mentioned to me that my paper was the first paper from our industry. I know it feels good to be the first one, but I was mostly saddened that all the years that KIPRA has had conferences, no one from the industry has presented a policy paper. So my challenge and question, which is a challenge to you, is how can we close that gap between what's happening in the industry, an industry which has a lot of complaints, because every day artists are complaining, the government doesn't do this, the government doesn't care, but have we made enough effort to actually present our grievances to the government and officially through bodies like KIPRA? So how can we close that gap? How can we have KIPRA as a partner listed here under page 51, so that all the papers that are, all the suggestions and papers being presented here can also make their way to your desk as KIPRA and then to the government and all the relevant bodies. So Mr. Pundo and Anne, I think that's a conversation we can have, and I'm sure it will be beneficial to the industry. Thank you.
Okay. May not be a question, but something to ponder. Can I have someone there first? Or someone has already asked what you wanted to ask?
Yeah, actually, he has shared whatever I wanted to ask, but I had written something. And this one goes specifically to Simiyu. You said you received your first award like 11 years ago. I was trying to imagine how old were you by then. Now, my question to you is this one. Can you share an example of how you incorporate research, data, or heart audience insight to your work? Because it is important to our young people for you to come and maybe show them, teach them on how you incorporate your work. Thank you.
I was about to say no more questions, but I see maybe financiers are on this side. So may I don't know whether to call them sponsors or financiers. Some words are acquiring new meanings these days. Okay.
Mine is to Kipra. Probably just a concern. Have you done research on the associations that artists have? Because that would inform them when they're making their decisions, even in matters on how to, get themselves involved in such conferences that you organize, other than having to wait for KCC. And it also helps inform them on issues to do with funding and how to actually get value for their talent. Not just money, but value.
I was actually tempted to look at works-cited, I don't know what you call it in Kipra, works-cited citations, just to see how much of Kenyan work was from contributed to that, because I think there's a lot that has been written in KU at the University of Nairobi, Moi, Maseno, about the arts that might have benefit. I will just go across. If there's an issue that needs your attention, you respond to it, and we can keep our answers brief to the point. Okay.
All right. There were some other two questions that were asked to us, but she will handle those. For me, I will handle Dr. Fred personally. I think for me as a storyteller, I will start with perhaps an anecdote. There's a problem of the coffee that Kenyans make for export. The farmers who actually consume the coffee don't take it. They either cannot afford it or they don't know it exists. The beef, sometimes that we export or even we buy from the KFC shops, the big shops, the quality cuts, some places where those cows come from, the people don't know quality cuts exist. So we want us to watch cinema to ground the African film and the African film making process from creation to exhibition in such a way that we understand and we recognize that there are products that are made for that other audience, not just the local Kenyans. So we want to have a space where the films that are consumed, whether it's outside or here, for the local producers, for the local creators, for the local audience, whether the quality and the stories and the process is ours, and it is starting from the ground. Because we need to also, I will use this word very lightly, to decolonize our mind in terms of thinking we are making the products for the global north. We need to make the content for ourselves. Let us start here. That is the mission of what To Watch Cinema intends to. That is the movement. That is why it's a movement, because it is a process of growing out of what. I will also hint to something about script writing. In another forum, I learned that some of the practices that we have been using for telling our stories are also very, we have imported that as well. So as the movement, in part of creation, we need to make a space where we actually develop our own style of storytelling that will not only be appealing to us, because there are those things that appeal to us, our jokes are ours, our music is ours. Other people watching us and listening to the same music, why are they getting that and we don't? It's because it's ours, and that is where the pride is. That is where the ownership of the content is. So if they want to catch on, fine and well. If there's products that we will make and then they get it, fine and well, because it's the same with the music that is being produced. Let's say in Nigeria, we might not speak Pidgin, we might not understand Pidgin, we understand the beats though, and we dance to it. So let them watch our films, let us consume our own films, and then if they catch on, that's fine.
Okay. I guess they want to prove that the idea that prophets are not respected at home. These ones want to be prophets respected at home. Okay, briefly.
Yeah, so maybe I'll tackle the commercial aspect of it all. I think, tumeona the people who preach in buses, sometimes they just get 100 bob, the other day they get 2,000. That's how we want to begin. In all these spaces we're talking about, we'll be able to make money. It might not be maybe the Oscar, the amount of money you get from the Oscar or the gold, but it's local, and it's hard because that's not what we are taught in school. But that's where we want to start. In all the spaces that we're getting into, we have pay bills, and people can just contribute whatever they want, especially if it's free to air. We don't expect any money. At the same time, we will also have screenings which are ticketed. And I'm sure because the beginning of this movement is in universities, the places where we are teaching these films, is going to catch on because now these are the people we are grooming to be able to buy tickets eventually.
Okay, thank you. Simiyu?
Check. 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 Thank you. Thank you for your question. So Swahili Pot-Hub model aims to impact the whole of the coast region. But now in Mombasa, us as a hub, we've signed MOUs with youth hub networks. We call them youth hub networks. And in these youth hub networks, we have youth advisory groups. You get? So when we want to close a gap, we do a needs assessment test, like a survey. So in that survey, it's where we see now performing artists require training in financial literacy, or maybe building capacity on stage management and all that. So after we conduct that needs assessment, then we curate programs and trainings that will build the capacity of these artists. For example, the talent to income, the needs assessment showed that a lot of artists, especially youthful artists, they just doing art. Unakuja, unaambiwa niko na show nitakupatia fare. But now, if this artist has registered their business, has a business account, when you approach them, they tell you, I have my creative enterprise, and you'll not be speaking to Simiyu, but you'll speaking to Simiyu Concepts. And Simiyu Concepts, the red card is, let me say, 100,000 for 2 hours show, or wherever it is. And what's not surprising, but what it is that Swahili Pot-Hub consists of 99.9% youths, both the management and the community. You get? So in everything that we do, it is the youth who are driving the change and the innovation. Thank you.
Done? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, let me start broadly from the matters of public policy first, before narrowing down to some of the comments that have been raised. At the foremost, I think important to appreciate a role of the government through public policy in terms of enabling environment in any industry, including the creative industries. And I think as stakeholders in a particular industry, it is important to understand public policy, even in terms of understanding the existing policies and the provisions that are there in terms of supporting the industry, so that as stakeholders, you also have a role as a citizen and as a key stakeholder in terms of ensuring accountability, as well as taking advantage of opportunities that are provided within the policy framework. Yeah, getting back to some of the issues that have been touched on in terms of, for example, the funding, I think we have to think of funding in terms of both as a private sector solution and as well as the government solution. Private sector solution, for example, in terms of if you look at the funding through the private sector, for example, the banks, do they have, for example, credit solutions that are tailored to the creatives? Besides from the traditional mechanisms of funding, which are based on solid collaterals. Then looking at the government funds, I think important is also, there's the extent to which the government can allocate funds, but also mobilization of resources to that pool of fund is vital. And that, I think, is also linked to the aspect of how the government is able to organize the industry so that, even in terms of the data, so that it is evident in terms of, for example, the impact that are made through available funding solutions. Then the aspect of the ensuring returns to artists, I think, again, in terms of the enabling environment, protection of intellectual property rights that are there. And then aspect of, I think the government has been talking about, or encouraging the youths particularly, to monetize their talents. And I think that relates to, how strongly are we enforcing the intellectual property relevant to the creatives. But also I think we need complementary skills. For example, in terms of experts in the finance industry, in the accounting industry, as well as even within the legal space, so that they support, for example, in terms of the monetization, in terms of evaluating or creating value on streams of future income flows. Again, I think the aspect of the closing the gap between industry and policy, I think institutions like KIPRA, we are very open to partnerships, and governments plan or should plan in terms of supporting any particular industry. And in terms of linking the needs of the industry and needs of the industry, research and policy making, I think it also relates to the issue of are we able to get priorities within the policy framework. Governments plan long-term, for example, the Kenya Vision 2030. But there are also sector-specific policies, for example, touching on the creative economy. Are we able to get these priorities? Are we able to get priorities of the industry within the policy space? And I think from that, institutions like KIPRA, because we are directly involved or support the government in terms of formulation of the policy, is quite vital. And then even in terms of the partnership between institutions like KIPRA and the industry is vital, so that those needs are clear and then are framed within the policy framework, so that it becomes a priority for the government, both in terms of the medium term and the long term. Then, yeah, let me stop there, and perhaps my colleague Anne will have one or two things to add.
Okay, just perhaps one.
Okay, it's working. Thank you for that. I think I'll just build on what Aidan had said, like the one for leveraging on private sector financing. Again, you see the role of government, because the government introduced a Movable Property Security Act, which identifies intellectual property as collateral which you can borrow against. I know developed world do this. You know, musicians don't actually, before they in the developed world, before they churn out their music, they actually finance by the production company because they leverage on a mechanism like this. So how can we get there? For one, the government has introduced that act and introduced the movable property collateral registry or something like that. And the last time I checked, the registry has livestock. So farmers have acknowledged that they can register livestock as movable property, but intellectuals or creatives, bado, there's apparently none. So there's no script copyright, there's no music copyright, there's nothing in the registry, which now the banks can use as collateral. However, that doesn't say that the problem is with the creatives. Even the banks don't know how to value. How do you value a script and then put a monetary figure again? So we need to get there, but there's at least some policy initiatives towards that. The second one was just, I like the idea of associations. We also, as research institution, it's easier to get insights from associations. So we hoped that the creative industry would have some, but we struggled a little bit. I'll give an example of micro and small enterprises in Kenya tend to be, a lot of them work under creatives as well, but a lot of the ones who develop physical products work under partner in terms of associations, which are now registered under the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. So when we need information, we ask the authority for the association, then we get some insights because they obviously know what's going on. We had hoped the creative economy is also similar. It's growing. I think there's some inroads, but it's not effective to then inform us on some of the gaps, like publications, association, and the like. So I think the idea is that, luckily, again, role of policy, public participation is enshrined in the Constitution. But for you to participate as the public, you should get the insights properly. So some of the areas that we can support as KIPRA is capacity building on the public policy process, as Aidan had mentioned, so that associations are strong enough to then plug in to what's going on and then participate and present a clear picture on positions that meet the members. Okay. Let me stop there.
Okay, thank you. Smith, just half a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is an opportunity. We have one Innovation Week coming, and I happened to moderate a stakeholder engagement forum at Swahili Port Hub for Pwani Innovation Challenge. If you can bridge a gap in the value chain, whether in manufacturing, whether in creative and arts, in any field, if you can bridge a gap in the value chain and have an innovation on that, you can submit your venture to Pwani Innovation Challenge, and then you'll get a chance to pitch during the Pwani Innovation Week and get funding for your venture. Thank you.
Okay, I suspect, since you asked, but as you respond to that, they had pointed out something about infrastructure, inadequate infrastructure. And I was just looking at these beautiful places, and I thought, if we were to invite 10 people from each county, they will not fit here. And since they were talking about archiving, I'm looking forward when this becomes a museum, as opposed to the National Theatre because of the size. We are many. Please go ahead. I know you are not the one to fund, but you are the owner.
If we were to invite 10 people from each county, we would still sit them in. About 20 of them will find space outside.
Inclusivity.
But yes, I know infrastructure is an issue, especially in the creative sector. And I want to say that in the past 1 year, a lot of emphasis has been on improvement of creative spaces by government. And this necessitated us to develop what I think for the first time we are calling Infrastructure Master Plan for Creative Economy. And that is there, and it stipulates what infrastructure is needed within the creative spaces across the country, what is needed to improve and develop in case there is none. So that plan is there. I think the next phase of this is to look into the funding model, then we move through. But I think first things first, already there is a master plan for infrastructure development. Coming to what Fed asked, I want to say that there is a lot of work that has been done in terms of policy in the creative sector. But the problem has been, and this work has been done mostly by the private sector. Two issues. One, that a lot of good work is done in silos. So each groupings of creative industry players come together and suggest very good policy issues, but they end at that. And so one task should be that there is need for collective effort and creating synergies. But there is hope. I want to say that I think for now 2 years, KIPRA has been working with the creative sector, that's Department of Culture, and any other governmental department that deals with the creative economy. There has been now a lot of collaboration with KIPRA so that there is consolidation of any policy issues in the creative. They have also been giving a lot of input in terms of creative. But again, there has also been a lot of consultation between the government and private sector in trying to look at what suggestions they have that are geared towards improving the sector. I just want to say that if this continues the way it is, then I think we are in the right trajectory in terms of consolidating our thoughts, ideas, and all that is geared towards improving the sector. Finally, I want to say that, and this is the only problem we have as a sector, is that it is very difficult for us to come together as one. At some point, we were toying with the idea of having a federation because then that would be a unified channel of looking at what are the issues, policy-wise or operational-wise, of the way the sector would be improved. But that has proved a bit complicated. But if we would really come together as creatives, I'll give an example. Just in the theater scene alone, we have almost 3 different groupings. Yet we are talking about the same people. We have the guild, we have the society, then we have the TAPS, the Association of Performing Arts, theater practitioners. And so these are still groupings of same persons. So it would be more beneficial if theater practitioners, say, came together and formed one, I don't want to call it a pressure group because there's nothing to pressure, one association or one union, I don't know what it would be, so that then conversations, interventions within the sector are channeled through one union. Then everything else would be unified, and there would be even now serious milestones covered, that now we started with this, we are done with that, we are moving to the next thing, and it will be easy to monitor progress and even to track them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we close, I would just like to appreciate the panel, to watch Cinema, Swahilipot, KIPRA, that we're creating a linkage in the industry so that people get to have a conversation with each other. And our host here, although I'm complaining about the size, but the place looks beautiful. Club for whoever provided the funding for this space. As long as we can make them look like this, it encourages more people to come. There's a time people used to say they cannot come here because we have cockroaches. I'm sure there are no cockroaches around. Now you can come and watch until they feel need to expand because we are too many. So clap for our panelists. Thank you very much. And let's keep on conversing around this issue so that we're able to generate new ideas, and we are able to grow the creative industry. Thank you very much. I'm told there's a photo session. Okay. So that is included in the archive finally when they... Thank you, our presenters, representatives from Kipra, from Swahili Port, from To Watch Cinema. And perhaps let's give them another round of applause. As well as Dr. Kimingichi Wabende for a very lively session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, I'll now usher in Mr. Alex Ndiritu, who will take us through the panel discussion on training in performing arts. I can see we have quite a number of representatives from training institutions. I don't want to preempt, but to invite Alex to moderate the session as we come to the ultimate conclusion of this workshop, this conference. Alex.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander Derito. I'm a writer and critic. And for the next 45 minutes or so, we'll be having a panel session on education and performing arts. So we have a sizable but distinguished panel who I will guide through the session. So I will introduce them, just the name and affiliation, and they will kindly come and take a seat. There is no, because it's a panel discussion. There is no official Q&A, but I feel that this is a unique opportunity. It's rare to get all this type of people, this type of backgrounds together at once. So if there are any questions based on what is discussed here today, towards the end I'll give you the opportunity to ask those questions. And I'll also give you an incentive to ask questions. This is a stage play I wrote on the life, times, death, and legacy of Professor Wangari Maathai. It's a stage play in book format. So whoever I feel, at the end of the session, whoever I feel asked the best question will get this copy for free. Thank you. So please give a hand of applause to our panelists as they arrive, one by one, starting with Ms. Rose Gadhitu from KICD. the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Mr. Boniface Kanyuira from the Nairobi Institute of Music, and Performing Arts. Dr. Benea Shapaya from Kenyatta University. Dr. Fred Mbogo, my fellow playwright, from Technical University of Kenya. Dr. Kimingichi Wabende from University of Nairobi. Mr. Benson Ngobia from KCA University. Okay, then I think I'll also take a seat myself. We may, one more panelist.
So Dr. Oliver Mbai from Kenyatta University.
Sorry?
Dr. Oliver Mbai from Kenyatta University.
Is he here?
We're supposed to come together.
Dr. Oliver Mbai.
Yes.
Dr. Oliver Mbai, if you're present, please join us on stage. Okay, and also Analo Kanga from ADMI. Please join us on stage. All right then. There's hardly a seat for me now, apart from that one that looks like it was taken from a garden wedding. God, doesn't even stand. That one is humiliating. So, thank you very much, all of you. Now, thank you. Before we get into the discussion proper, I would just like to get a brief background on some of the panelists, because some of the institutions are easily identifiable. Kenyatta University, Technical University, University of Nairobi, KCA University, KICD. We all know what those are. But perhaps Mr. Boniface Kanyuira can tell us something about the Nairobi Institute of Music and Performing Arts, whether it's a governmental institution, a private institution, and something about what you do with regard to performing arts.
All right. My name is Boni Kanyuira. I'm the head of Theatre and Film Department at NIMPA. NIMPA is Nairobi Institute of Music and Performing Arts, private institution, a TVET accredited private institution that is owned by PCA Zimmerman. Yes, and that's where we are located. Yeah, I think that's pretty much enough.
Thank you. Madam Analo Kanga, perhaps you can tell us something about ADMI, what that stands for, and a bit of what you do.
So hello, is it on? Okay, so my name is Analo Kanga from ADMI. ADMI stands for Africa Digital Media Institute, And we are a niche institute, an accredited TVET. We focus on music production, sound engineering, animation, graphic design, film, and TV in the digital media space. Yes.
Okay, and Dr. Oliver Mbai, your affiliation, please, and something about it.
Jambo, I'm Oliver Mbai.
Sorry?
I'm Oliver Mbai, based at Kenyatta University. And Kenyatta University, of course, is a pioneer in training on film and theater arts. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So the first question is quite general, and it's just so we can get a general idea of our current status, where we are right now, before we can think about the past or the future. And it's for the educators, the ones working in the institutions of higher learning. So maybe we can start here and go that way, just so there's some semblance of order. So anyone can just chip in on this. The question is, in which way or ways is academia currently contributing towards performing arts in Kenya? Is the question clear? Yes, for the educators.
All right, maybe I'll go faster. Sorry. I think academia is basically the catalyst of change on matters, what is happening in the performing arts space, and that is where, just like Alice from what Cinema was saying, if in any case we would want to address, or rather foster the embracing of everything that is emerging, or rather the emerging trends, then we can only do that through the academia, or rather our various institutions, because that is where we have upcoming artists, that's where we are doing the training. Yes, and so I think one of the roles that the institutions should play is one of, for instance, encouraging the multidisciplinary engagements and collaborations, whereby nowadays you see there are so many areas of collaboration, and we can't, as the performing arts industry, we can never say that we are not noticing, or rather we can never be tone deaf. And so I think encouraging multidisciplinary collaborations and emerging trends such as we all have the artificial intelligence, and we all know the various ways we can incorporate that, say in script writing, and many other ways. Also, we have the streaming platforms that if we are to look at our counterparts, or rather if we are to look at film, the film industry, we can say we are currently doing well as compared to maybe 5 years ago. But now, how do we, as the performing arts, incorporate streaming platforms in maybe our distribution? So those are the things that maybe academia should incorporate, of course in collaboration with our stakeholders and also people like KICD.
Excuse me. So is that what they should do, or is it what they're currently doing?
I would say partly they are currently doing.
Oh, okay.
For instance, in my scenario, we have introduced things like script writing using AI, also things like mobile phone filmmaking, to make it, because that is something that was not being taught. I'm an alumnus of Kenyatta University. I have my tutors here. So when I was in school around 10 years ago, we were taught of what was happening then, And I'm glad that right now, I believe also maybe our fellow institutions are also incorporating what is happening. So like I was saying, of course, in consultation with the curriculum development agencies, we have KICD, we also have TVET CDAC, who after every 3 years should review the curriculum and maybe incorporate what is happening right now. Yes, so I think that's the contribution that academia can play.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Would anybody else want to add to that? Because we watch plays all the time, various performances, things of that nature in the public space. So I just wanted to know if academia has anything to do with this, or whether they're in some rarefied space where they don't really contribute, or maybe they're actually working behind the scenes and pushing the agenda forward.
Okay. I think there used to be that disconnect between talent that we experience in secondary school, in drama festivals, and what happens to those people after they clear secondary schools. So first of all, I see what universities have done is to bridge that gap by creating space where talent is not just the raw talent, but they get to be trained at the university level. Originally, we were all using the syllabus in literature. I think KU and the rest copied that because University of Nairobi was the first one, where we only had 2 units in performing arts, actors craft, and then we will have stage production. So those 2 were the only units that were being taught to people who will take literature and eventually become teachers. But now we have expanded so that universities are teaching courses in performance. Moi has taught it for a long time in terms of theater and film, Maseno, KU, University of Nairobi. So we're playing that role in terms of actually training teachers. I think for me, the challenge now is we are yet to know like teachers of performing arts, the combination. Up to now, we have, like for us, we have not introduced performing arts in Kikuyu campus because of that. You're wondering if you have someone with a degree in performing arts who is training as a teacher, what will be the subject combination? Will they be able to teach that as one course, and because there are many courses combined or what? So that, once that is clear, I think we as where I sit, we will make sure we supply teachers at secondary school, even primary, in performing arts. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, my first push for me to go to university was to go and act. But at that particular point, we did not have trainings for performance. However, my experience was with Nairobi University students who came to our school and performed, I think it was Sina Mali. I remember there was a girl who was part of the team, yet the cast was meant to be inmates who were actually men. And I remember this girl acting a man so well, actually. That was my first crush. And I believe that when I get to Nairobi University, I will meet her. And so I worked very hard, but Nairobi University did not recognize that. I was admitted in KU, which was kind of a blessing because in KU they had a creative and performing arts center, which was headed by a drama expert, but mostly run by students. So we had student coordinators, and all that. And that's the place that really cultivated the talent of young people who didn't know where to go. And so we had people from different faculties actually communing there and making excellent performances, and conquering the industry. And from there, the world saw some of us, we got ourselves involved into different, interventions in communities. And one thing that happened is that the universities noticed that there was need. There was need to introduce these courses. Why? Because the students had the need to have them. So it came from the students' need. And what were these particular needs in this particular respect? I think we all grew up watching Coming to America, isn't it? Those who are old enough. If you are not, please go and seek that performance. And any other person felt like if you are a good performer, then you are this Hollywood fellow. And so the narrative of going to study to be a celebrity was the pusher now. How do I become a celebrity? And initially, hey, perform, somebody to see you. And then, of course, later on, there is a course for that. So let's go over. And of course, if I'm going to start this particular course, Hollywood is beckoning for me, for instance. And many students who actually apply for these courses come in with this particular grandeur placing. So what's the role then? Is to start defining, nurturing them, and re-establishing what ideally we are doing. And we are basically a medium. What are these particular faculties that are informed by you being a performer, for instance? And universities, and ideally Kenyatta University has done a very good job. Interesting enough, it is now informing the model of training, which I tend to think is not so formalized in this particular country. We need to sit down together and look at it. Hey, we are having some clientele. How do we inform the emerging needs? As opposed to, okay, this is happening here, then we are going to copy this particular model. But then when you look at the curriculum in Kenyatta University, then you'll find one thing. This is theater and film. And of course, we are all doing theater and film. But then within the theater and film, what is this being cultivated? One realization is that we all take performance for entertainment as the core. And even if you listen to most of our performances, presentations here. But then we're asking ourselves, then where do we find ourselves? As we develop and improve on this particular curriculum, we realize that we need to come in as a medium, an intervention beyond entertainment. And therefore, we are aligning our syllabus to, hey, this is an intervention in peace, this is an intervention in mental health, this is an intervention in reproductive health, this is an intervention in communication, and so forth and so on. And as we do that, then we start realizing that performance is actually a good prostitute. And the more we put that into our lining, the more we expand who we are. And by the end of the 4 years of study, the students have a direction to actually be holistic in the community. Thank you.
All right.
Maybe if I can just add something to that.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
From your question, you can actually look at the role of universities from a different perspective. Because university is basically basic education, say the truth. After you have gone through the curriculum up to Form 4, you have been restricted that this is the curriculum, you have to learn English, mathematics, and such. When you come to university, what we do is we also give you space to think and come up with something of your own. There are liberal studies where you have to look at the society that you're living in. See, as an individual, what can you contribute to this particular society? Not just to yourself and for you to make some money from your art, but what exactly, as an individual, can you contribute to the society in general? So that is a much wider perspective if you look at university. Of course, I agree with all the other panelists, but I like to think that this perception that we inherited from our colonialists, that you go to university because you are the best of the best, the top-notch student in class, should collapse so that each and everyone who wants some room to get some education can come to university, research on what they want to research in, get to meet other students in the university, get to meet faculty, engage with them, and actually come up with solutions that we are facing in our societies. I think that's also a very important role for a university to play. Thank you.
Just wanted to add something really small. I'll just take a minute. In what, as educators, we are doing to sustain performing arts. And so I'd say from an adaptability and sustainability aspect of performing arts in the digital space, there are so many issues that come across. For one, it's how are we recording and preserving performing arts? So do we have the equipment? Do we have the software? Do our students have those particular skills? And when it comes to matters such as sound engineering or film and TV, a Blackmagic is 300,000 Kenya shillings. So how is that accessible to all of us in both private and public institutions? Another issue is now the intellectual property valuation of the said work, because there's this big creative economy bill 2024 and providing credit facilities. But how are we teaching our students how to recognize, okay, this is my copyright, how do I register it, what's the function of Kekobo, what's the function of KIPI, Kenya Industrial Property Institute? And so I would say, at least for our institution at ADMI, it's thinking about digitization of performing arts, and what does that look like? I mean, I guess with COVID, we can see how pertinent of an issue that is, yeah.
Okay, but just as a follow-up, when you digitize this material, is it accessible to the public, or is it for the government, or is it just private research for companies and things like that of that nature?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah, when you digitize
yes,
all this information
yes,
concerning with performing arts and so on, is that material is it accessible by the public to the public?
Yeah, I think it's 100% accessible to the public, even with the recent mandamanos and everything. I guess for Gen Z were characterized with iPhone, Uber, and KFC. So even with the exportation, because even the previous panel was talking about film and the distribution aspect of it, it's so much easier to distribute a soft copy or a digital copy of any form of performing arts than it is maybe to distribute coffee and flowers, which are all great. But in building the industry and providing that loop, because then it becomes a cat and mouse of, yes, we need to develop the curriculum, but then what is the incentive after we've developed a curriculum that it's able to monetize? So digitization is imperative and really accessible at the moment right now, both private and public.
Okay. The next question is for Ms. Rose Gaditu, who is with KICD. There is, for books in particular, publications. Thank you. Something we're told is called the Orange Book. Now, there are not too many plays in print format, but they do exist. I have some. I know John Sibiokumu has. A fellow playwright of mine called Auma Otieno has. We've got actual books, plays in the form of books. So also, wonder if you could tell us what the Orange Book is, just briefly, and what are the requirements for those who have books? What are the requirements for a book to get on that much coveted list?
Thank you very much. Just for the sake of those who may not know what KICD is, in full, it is Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. And it is an institute mandated to develop quality curriculum informed by research and stakeholders' engagement to be responsive to the needs of our society. So I just thought I should probably say that, because many other times we are asked issues to do with the examinations, which is not our mandate. We are asked issues to do with what Daktari was talking about, teachers, which is not our mandate, so probably needed to clear that. Now over to your concern about the Orange Book, and what is the Orange Book, and what is contained in the Orange Book. The Orange Book is a book or a list of books that have been evaluated, that have been vetted and approved for use in our institutions, and the institutions are those that we refer to as institutions in basic education in Kenya. And so that you don't confuse basic education with what Mwalimu was referring to, when we talk about basic education in Kenya, we are talking about education below the university. So anything from preschool all the way to tertiary education below the university, then that is what we are referring to as basic education in Kenya, which is what KIC develops for curriculum and also deals with any curriculum support materials that go into the Orange Book. So the Orange Book basically contains titles of the approved titles of curriculum support materials like course books that can be used or that are approved for use in our institutions. Now, the next question you have asked, what does it take to ensure that probably the works that we have produced get themselves or get their way into the Orange Book? Now, there is a process for any material to be approved for use in our Kenyan institutions. We have what we call course materials, and we have complementary materials. Now, course materials are what are required to go hand in hand with implementation of the curriculum designs in schools. Whereas complementary materials, we could call them as support materials or reference materials. That's not the key book that supports implementation of the curriculum design. And therefore, when we look at the evaluation of course materials, the approval, the vetting, it is different from the way we evaluate the complementary materials. So probably what you have referred to as, like, for example, the plays, probably there are those who've done poems, there are those who've done, probably they have done films and they would want the same to be used in our institution. Those could form part of the complementary materials, like their support reference materials for learning. And just the same way you have to submit the course materials to KICD for approval, you also have to submit the complementary materials to KICD. We have an evaluation office, so you just need to walk in, go to the evaluation office, and they will guide you through the process of what is required for you to submit, whether it is a course material or a complementary material. And after you've been taken through the processes of submitting whatever you want to submit, then your material will be subjected to a panel, and this panel comprises of experts in that particular subject area. We have teachers from public and private schools, we have university lecturers, we have people drawn from the industry who will sit in that panel, and depending on whether your material is a course material or a complementary material, it will be given to the panelists who will go through your material, given they will do it using already a prepared criteria to evaluate your material. And thereafter, of course, you will be given the feedback in terms of a report that contains so much, what you have done well, what you need to improve on. And before that material gets itself to the classroom, it is a rigorous, very rigorous activity. If it is a course material, for your information, it is a confidential activity. Even the people going through the material will not know that it is the moderator who has authored that material. If it is a complementary material, it's a bit softer. We may know the author. So it depends on what you have submitted. And after that process, then you as the author gets a report about your material and the areas you need to improve. And before that material gets itself to that Orange Book, you will have to have done all the corrections as put in that particular evaluation report. And once the institute is satisfied that you have implemented all the possible corrections, then that is when the book, after we have also other approval processes. Eventually, it will have to go to the governing council for eventual approval, and then that material can find itself in the Orange Book. Thank you.
Yes, in the coveted Orange Book. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Fred Bogo, just out of curiosity, because I know you are a playwright and an award-winning one at that, would you consider turning those scripts into actual books? Incidentally, for this particular book on Wangari Maathai, when I first wrote it, it was just going to be a play. It wasn't meant to be in book format. It took me 3 years to write it, and when I finished it was, I think, 2020. It was at the beginning of COVID, so I couldn't stage the play, but I'd written the script. So that was the only reason I turned it into a book, because I do books anyway, prose. So I turned it into a book, and it seems popular. So would you consider turning your plays into books? Because once a play is staged, people won't see the actual script anymore. Actually, they won't see it at all. But maybe it's something they could have learned from.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. First of all, I'm seated in a sambaza, which is.
They got it at a garden wedding.
No, I had no idea that I was coming for this panel because
it's in the program.
It's in the program. Okay, but thank you for this invitation. I'm very happy. Yes, and to your question, which is about scripting, would I consider publishing? Yes, I do, but I think my process is a little different because my training is in theater, so I first need to thrash out my story with a live audience. That's what I love to do. So anytime I'm writing a play, I'm always thinking in terms of the audience in front of me. So for that reason, that's my excitement. That's what I like to do. The first plays I ever wrote for an audience was, say, at Moi University. And I think my experience was rather interesting because I think I wrote a play and the audience reacted in a fashion where they booed, they made noise every time a particular character showed up. So the play, I thought it was a chaotic experience. And at some point, the fellows acting decided to just finish the play and leave the stage. So in a sense, that was a baptism by fire. So I thought, is it that these people don't like my story? Or so I had to sit down, and the next time I wrote a play, I was much more careful. I had to think the story in a way that from an audience's perspective and so on and so forth. So by the time I arrived at writing a play by Thadia, I think I had tried to write my craft well and so on. Dr. Shikuku, who was here, I think, and who was a student those days at Kenyatta University. I found him there, and he hosted us in one of the halls at Kenyatta University, and we staged that play. By that time, I knew how to handle audiences. But the audiences I had handled were at Moi University. So I was coming to this big city at Kenyatta University, next to Githurai, so people like to say. So this is a different kettle of fish, because the other is next to Keses. And I found it fascinating working with that audience. That audience was really nice, by the way. In fact, I thought I should have added another 40 minutes, because you can love an audience that you want to hang out with for longer, and so on. And from that experience and many other experiences, I've become aware that different audiences are different. And so, for me, the excitement is actually a live audience. I'm not saying that you who write, you write for a dead audience.
But some of them are.
Yeah, well, okay, I don't know.
But
for
you
me,
don't hear the booze.
the excitement is that idea that from the first class in a theater space, in a theater class, the first theater class, I learned that, you know, a performance is me and audience and space. Me, others, audience, space. So even when I sit with a pen and I'm trying to conceptualize a performance, I'm always thinking about, am I interacting with this individual? So that's my excitement. That doesn't mean that I won't sit down and possibly want to write for a publishing firm. In fact, some publishers have been calling me. No, I'm not boasting, but some publisher called me.
Well, they should. You're an award-winning playwright.
But, you know, I mean, maybe in the call, their grammar was not nice. But anyway, but I'm excited. I might do that. So,
okay.
Yeah, in a nutshell, that's the answer.
Okay, thanks. You want to contribute? Okay.
I'm listening to Dr. Mbogo talk, and I'm like, what you've just talked is probably what we need for publication now. Why am I saying this? You know, you've just talked about the art of performance. And one thing that we are not so aggressive with as training institutions is to come up with the teaching guides, you know, that are domiciled in our society, you know, when it comes to really exploring performances, you know, for the upcoming talent. And your experience, I want to believe, can inform a semester's work. And so I want to believe that that particular pointer would be a case of, can we have those particular publications, extracts, you know, and all that, that are informing these particular techniques, you know, and ideally what to expect in our classroom setup. Probably this being a performing arts conference could probably generate an area where we may talk about a performing arts workshop to come up with some of those particular productions. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, no, to something that has been rather controversial. I've been aware of this phenomenon for a while now, and I recently saw people, you know, educators discussing it online. It has to do with the national drama festivals, in particular the scripts themselves. Because it appears that there is a very lucrative side hustle for professional playwrights and literature teachers in writing plays that will be performed by students for the drama festivals. And these people are being hired to write these plays. Sometimes it's the teachers themselves, but even worse is when it's people from who are not even concerned with the school, because obviously every school would like to excel in the drama festivals. But the thing is, people feel that the students themselves should be completely involved in the dramaturgy, you know, including the writing of the plays. It may not be as good as what professionals out there may be able to come up with. But there's the same with the kids that once you're going to perform on stage, there is a sentiment that the students should, but they can be guided, of course, by their teachers on what to write and how, but they should actually write the plays themselves, even if they're not as good as what some professionals out there would do. And it appears to be, it's like professional writers have basically, there are people who they write for multiple schools. It's lucrative. You write all this, and you paid good money to write all these scripts. So maybe someone who hasn't spoken yet could start, but anyone can chime in afterwards.
I haven't spoken, so I can start.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. With regards to this particular question, the drama festival, I think it's important to understand why we have the festival in the first place. And this is a core curriculum activity to support learning, to enhance performance skills, to enhance writing skills for those who are interested in writing, dance, and so on and so forth. When we look at it from the side hustle perspective, if we want to train students to write, and then they write scripts that are performed at the drama festival, then ideally you have trained them to write in class. So there is a process behind that. Because, for instance, if you're talking about elocution, or rather when they are performing poetry, they have learned how to perform poetry in class, in an English class, a literature class. There's the verbal bit, the oral bit of it, the performance bit of it, and then they have that performed. If you're talking about writing, have they learned how to write a script? Because you know they learn composition, they learn how to write poetry. Have they learned how to choreograph, to write a choreographed dance? Have they learned how to write a stage play that can be performed on the stage? So the teachers are the ones who are normally trained on how to write the play. The teachers go to workshops and learn how to choreograph a dance. Ideally, I think the ministry expects now the teachers to go back and do this particular task of writing and choreographing and so on and so forth. Because we have commercialized the festival, and right now we have the agenda for monetizing talents, basically. It's even a government agenda, Talanta Hela. Then definitely everybody wants to make money from the pieces that they present on the stage. If we are talking about making money from a play, what does that mean? You need to have a very good play. So what does that mean? You've heard Dr. Fred Mbogo is an award-winning playwright. So you ask him, Fred, can you write a play for us? And then we perform it at the festival. We'll pay you this amount of money, and so on and so forth. So it becomes commercialized. It becomes highly competitive. I think that's still a challenge for the ministry in how to try and manage all that. But we need to ask ourselves, are we trying to commercialize the arts at school level or at the industry level? Because what do students go to school to do? They have gone to learn. So at that particular point, they are learning. Yes, we'll teach them entrepreneurship or money-making initiatives and so on and so forth. But the question becomes, do you want them to make money at primary school or at secondary school, or this is just a learning activity? We have the post-basic education platforms for literally commercializing talent now, because this is somebody who needs the money. So you have festivals that are now beyond the scope of the schools, like the Kenya Music and Cultural Festival, the theater festivals, the cultural festivals. So ideally, if you ask me, I think the commercial element needs to come in more strongly at post-education level, post-basic education level. At the university, for instance, we can have students who commercialize their talent, and we can task them to write these particular plays and so on and so forth. And I think I would like to piggyback on something that Rose from KICD said. If we are looking at education and you're looking at commercialization and you're looking at all those things, we need to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of that curriculum at grade 1, at grade 2? Because they learn creative arts in some of those grades. When they get to grade 7 and they're learning now more purposeful things in the performing arts section, what is the purpose of that curriculum design at that level? When they finish grade 12 eventually, which now we know as Form 4, when they finish grade 12 and they go to college, they go to NIMPA or ADMI, and they are still studying performing arts, at that level, what is the purpose of that curriculum design? What are they learning at that level? I think when you look at the levels of education from level 1 to level 10, and you ask yourself, if somebody wanted to study acting, and they started studying acting at grade 1, by the time they get to PhD level, what are they learning about acting? So I think one of the challenges that we as educators and representatives of academia should ask ourselves is, do we want to have a structure where all of us understand that at grade 1, this learner has studied movement, so they know how to move, let's say, on stage or something like that. If it is voice, this is what they have studied. When they go all the way up to grade 7, to grade 10, and they go now to college, they go to the university, they want to study a PhD, what is it that they are learning? And I think to wrap up my comment, it is important that we appreciate that where we are right now is because of the impact that academia so far, arts education has had so far on the progress of wherever the industry is right now. The reason we are able to have such institutions now offering performing arts as a training component is because now we have the personnel. Through the training, we have the personnel, we have the capacity, we have the skills, the knowledge to actually offer this now as a program even at the university or at school level. Dr. Kimingich talked about getting teachers as well to come and teach performance at these particular levels. When most of us study this particular discipline, because not all of us are going to be practitioners, at some point some of us are going to be researchers or analysts or academicians, you get people who go all the way up to positions where they can literally influence policy and try to entrench performing arts in various elements of the society and the economy. So when we get practitioners, like our keynote speaker today, Professor Akuno, who is an actual practitioner, but she has scaled the academic heights to become a vice chancellor. You have a VC in an institution who can help entrench now what we feel performing arts should be taught or how it should be taught at that particular level. If you have one, you have two, you have five, then all the efforts we are making in this, both as academicians and as industry practitioners, at some point they marry and we start moving forward with one specific objective. Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Okay, may I just add something small? There's in Drama Festival, there's emphasis on child-centered performances. Child-centered, meaning everything has to be around the child. It's about the child and done by the child. But there are levels as you look at them. What is it that the child can do within that production, and what is it that he or she has to be aided? So for them to learn it means they are learning from the ideal. We are expecting that there's interaction even with industry players. This is done in other countries too. Industry players. If you're doing a film, you don't expect the child to know how to operate a camera. But it is easier for them to be trained in acting and act. So they should find a balance in this interaction so that the child can grow as a performer, or can grow as a film actor, or can grow as a theater actor. So that balance is what should be ensured. If we just say whoever is in school cannot interact with the industry, that separation is not a good thing, and we need to encourage that, but in a positive way that doesn't just make that whole process as a commercial entity, but an interaction between the learners and the industry for them to grow up.
Allow me to add onto the discussion. Probably I'm thinking your question will be addressed now that we have the competency-based curriculum. And as Dr. has said, we have content that is appropriate at different ages of the learners, and therefore there is that which a learner can do at a particular level. I think I'm glad to report that when we get to senior school, this is where these learners are starting to specialize, and they will actually be interacting with concepts, developing knowledge, acquiring skills to actually actualize that which they have learned. And if you can look at the curriculum designs for senior school, because we have already done grade 10, you can actually see that at this level, these learners are actually supposed to apply that which they have learned. If I have learned, for example, about a verse, am I able to know what it is, what it entails, how to actually come up with one? The same case even like a play or even a music composition. Do I know what it is? I've gained the knowledge. Do I have the skills to be able to actually come up with that particular product at the end of the day? Am I able to present, that is to perform the same? So probably now when we get to senior school with the competency-based curriculum, we will be seeing these learners actually probably now taking onto the stage, taking the place of their teachers, that which they have learned, can they actualize it? And I think this was the thinking behind 844 when it started, because it started very well. There was the acquisition of the skills and actualization of the skills, putting that which you have learned in class into practice. I remember when I was in high school, in the music class, when you got to Form 3, you'd actually have to take charge of the school choir. We actually had to sit down as the music students and come up with a composition. There's a class called On Composition. And our teacher would task us to come up with a composition for the school choir, not for classroom performance. And would actually sit down, come up with that composition. Our music teacher never appeared on stage to conduct the choir. it is a student, a music student would actually conduct the choir. So what I'm actually trying to say is that we are trying to bring back the same in the competency-based curriculum, where the learner gets to acquire the knowledge and apply that knowledge in doing real life activities. So probably that would solve our problem where schools are really having to dig deep into their pockets to look for people who can train their teams for presentation, for drama festivals, for music festivals. So let's see what we can do as the learners keep moving at the different levels. How do they come to actualize the skills that they have acquired? Thank you.
I'm like, oh, we all went through CBC 844, and it meant well. It meant well in the sense that it believed that learners were not empty slates. All the way from primary, if somebody gives you that particular bit, and the attitude of the teacher was that, hey, go and do it. I've guided you, go and do it. Those of you who went to school, you remember school, inter-house competitions, be it drama, be it music, and all that. The best house goes to represent the school. And so there was no rigging where a teacher comes in to manipulate the whole bit. Unfortunately, that has changed. Who writes the script? Somebody hired, the school pays. Who comes direct? Somebody hired, the school pays. Okay, who is acting and how is he acting? Even the whole bit of acting, and all that. It is not creative directing. It is basically demonstrated. And that's when you go to school drama festivals, you sit in and you get bored because the performances are good, but it's one rhythm, really a stupid thing. That now we have this particular reference, when you come in and give a performance, people will be like, hey, why are they giving us a school drama performance? When they say that, they are saying, there is nothing creative here. Now, that disease is at the university now. It is so sad to see university students being given a script, being directed. Like, what are we creating here? And when we come in as trainers, it becomes a very difficult thing to undo what has been done. And what has been done is to kill the creativity, to kill what is in. It's like, hey, you have to be told what to do. What you have, you are basically a blank slate, so you are literally not tapping into your inner strengths in this particular line. What do we need to do about this? Where do we need to start, at the end of the day? I think we need to start by changing the attitude of the patronizing team, who are adults in this particular line, and their intent is, hey, are we going to win? Are we going to get trophies? So they'll do every other thing in that particular line, and in the process, we are actually killing the talent in the young people.
Yeah, there was even an issue recently where a particular secondary school hired a boys' school, some outsiders to play football in an inter-schools game. So, because you're so eager to win, you want your school to win, you hire some footballers outside, not non-students, to come to add them to your team, and people could notice those fellows are older. So I think they're depriving the children of their childhood, so that's related to that. Yeah. Now, at this point, if there's someone who has a question they'd like to ask the panelists, I'd like to give you an opportunity, because like I said, it's rare that you find, in fact, even for the entire country, this is the second performing arts conference. It's very rare to find this type of panels, so you as well take advantage of this opportunity. So there are usually some very useful people with microphones. I don't know where they are today. I'm looking for the guys with the microphones. Yeah, not mine. Then, please put your hands high up. Aish, so many questions. And make your questions very brief and to the point. And please restrict yourself to what the panelists have been discussing. Yes, please. Maybe you can start with your name and then.
Thank you. My name
Ask your
is
question.
My name is Kevin Kimani. I'll be very brief. KICD advertised for people to review grade 10. I'm a theater practitioner. I studied theater at Kenyatta University. And the content of that grade 10 is 3/4 of what I learned at university. And that is at grade 10. That is, I think, Form 2. So the question is to universities and to KICD, what are you doing to ensure that as we progress, so that this learner who maybe learns everything by the time they are at Form 4, they learned everything that universities are offering, what will they be going to university to do? So is there a conversation that is going on? Thank you.
One more question, maybe from this side as well.
Hi, my name is Clinton Oguma. Let me start at this point. I'm a Gen Z, and Gen Zs, we're advocating for changes. Now, I went to a small school known as Kenya Film School. They have a program that takes 9 months for film. And in this program, if you want to be a director, you focus on that directing. When you wake up, you sleep, it's just directing. After finishing these 9 months in school, let me be, I've seen the Nairobi University, I've seen someone representing KU, someone representing KCA. Let me tell you now, some of the projects that you've watched the students did after finishing Form 4, for the 4 years, I directed some of them. Why? These students have gone for 4 years, but they finished. They even don't know how to operate a camera. They don't know what it means to be an assistant director. They don't know what they are supposed to do. Why? Because the curriculum you guys are using is so broad. You guys are just telling them things. And if you, this industry that we are in, it is not a theoretical thing. It's something that you need to put your hands on, doing it. So I'm just trying to understand, what are you guys doing to make sure you change it to what it's supposed to be? And that is my concern.
Okay,
100%.
Thank you. Yeah, so the first question was for concerned KICD. Yes, so let us first answer the KICD question. The second question goes to the guys. What are all these guys doing to add some practicality to the training? So we don't know which of the guys will answer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kimani, for your question. KICD has called for stakeholders to review the grade 10 curriculum designs. They are actually on the KICD website. They've already been uploaded. So there is a request that we look at the curriculum design, and especially as performing artists, you can look at the curriculum designs, then you kindly give us your feedback. You may write an email and post it, info@kicd.ac.ke. However, the same information has been shared on our dailies. We also have our social media platforms where the same information has been shared. So I am glad that Mr. Kimani has come across that. I would now request all of us to do the same, because in doing so, we shall be helping our learners to get that which is useful. As he has noted, that 3/4 of the content in the grade 10 curriculum design, he learned it in Form 2, which is right, because grade 10 is equivalent to Form 2, right? Great. However, I think it would be good, you just go through the design, then put whatever observations you'll have made in writing and kindly share with us, because that will help us to improve the curriculum design. You also asked whether we are having a conversation with the universities. Remember, I said that our mandate stops at tertiary, below the university. However, it does not mean that we are not holding a conversation. I am glad to report here that some of the dons seated here are actually our panelists. And therefore, they get first hand, or they get the first chance to interact with the curriculum designs before they go to make their own designs. And therefore, they contribute to the curriculum designs that we have actually come up with. So they are even better placed to go and have that or extend the discussion at the university level. And therefore, there is some sort of conversation. And of course, the whole idea, or since inception of the competency-based curricula, we have had engagements with the universities. Some of them we have even gone there for training. So it is something that is ongoing. It's not like we have finished the business of developing the curriculum. So my humble request to all of us, not only the grade 10 designs, our curriculum designs are uploaded on the website as drafts. Kindly just go through. If you see or you identify gaps, kindly share with us. You just need to write directly to the Chief Executive Officer, and you highlight your concerns, and that will trickle down to the subject secretary in charge of that particular learning area. And of course, as we are seated here, our main concern is performing arts. However, you'll not find the learning area called performing arts. From the lower levels, you'll find it as creative activities from PP1, pre-primary 1, all the way to grade 3. It is called creative activities. Then from grade 4 to grade 6, you'll find it as creative arts. Then grade 7 to 9, which is junior school, you'll find it as creative arts and sports. Then when we get to senior school, then they specialize either as, we have fine arts, we have music and dance, we have theater and film. So kindly just visit our website and look at our curriculum designs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to tackle that second question?
I would want to tackle that. From my fellow Gen Z.
The university one. I can give a brief answer to the Gen Z.
Please keep it a bit brief.
Yes, because he said we have people who go through the entire 4-year program and they still can't handle equipment and so on and so forth. I think right now where we are coming from a situation where these students or other learners at the university have not studied performing arts at any level. They have been involved in co-curricular activities like festivals and so on and so forth, but they don't have professional training in these areas that we want to train them in. Both performing arts and film are wide disciplines. You have to learn a lot of things for you to have an idea what is happening. So across the 4 years, right now in the Kenyan education setup, we have no option but to literally teach everything in 4 years and not necessarily specialize. We thank the government for coming up with the KFS program because that helps us specialize, especially for people who are not able to go to the university. With this new curriculum design coming from basic education level, it means these students will get to the university having a lot of skills, as Kevin has said. Maybe at some point somebody is coming and they have skills that right now the university student already has them, or rather got them at the university level. And to give a comparison, when you study law, for example, I'll use 2 established professions. Law, you go to law school for 4 years. That does not make you a lawyer. After 4 years, you've learned literally everything about the law. So what happens? You go to the Kenya School of Law for you to become an advocate. You want to become a judge, you go to the Kenya School of Judiciary for another year. You specialize in that. You want to become a prosecutor, you go to the Kenya School of Prosecuting, and so on and so forth. So the 4-year program is foundational for you to start becoming an expert in the things that you are doing. Same thing with medicine. You go to school for 7 years, you study, you become a general practitioner. That does not make you a surgeon, does not make you a dentist, does not make you an optician, and so on and so forth. You have to finish these 7 years and start specializing. So for us as artists, if we want to treat ourselves also seriously, we appreciate that we have the 4-year foundational period, and then you've gotten enough skills in all of these things. Of course, you have those rogue students who will not necessarily learn, and then at the end of the semester or the 4 years, they need some help to be able to learn. That happens in all professions, not just performing arts and film. But ideally, we should be able to appreciate that this is what I want to do specifically, and then after the 4 years, invest in yourself. We have graduates who go to the Kenya Film School specifically for that. We have graduates who go to the Multi-Choice Talent Factory specifically for that, and so on and so forth. So this is a practice that is practiced across all disciplines and not just performing arts. So I think the cure for that is what KICD is doing and TVET. At the university now, we'll be getting people who know the basics, introduction. Then we can start teaching more specialized things at that particular level. Thank you.
Also, please allow me briefly.
Yeah, very briefly.
Thank you. I will reply on behalf of colleges, because we've had the KICD and universities perspective. Okay, first of all, I don't understand how one will become a director from day one without necessarily learning all the other elements of filmmaking. But I know, okay, if maybe it's makeup or lighting, or that's very possible. Maybe I will talk about the framework that we use. When a student joins, I can say this for sure, 90% of the students that we usually get are not even sure of what they want to. Because you see, we get students directly from, our primary audience are those that have just come from high school. These ones are students who don't know even what directing is. What they thought, when I was joining KU, I thought I was a stand-up comedian. And then after performing the third show, I hanged my boots. So you see, when they are joining these institutions, most of them don't even know what they want. So you have to offer everything in the very first stage, or rather the very first semesters, and then they specialize. Now when they specialize, they are able, some join thinking they're script writers, and then they find they are better directors. Some join thinking that they are actors, and then they learn about producing, and they are like, I think I should do producing, you see? So, of course, like Gofia said, we have other institutions like Multi-Choice or KFS, who maybe people who are already in the industry, who already understand the whole thing, and they want to specialize. Like people who already know these things and they want to do directing. However, it is very much important for institutions to offer everything when the students join, and then they will be able, and then he said that there are those people who go through the whole program and they can't be able to do anything. Well, that's true. I've also experienced that, but I don't think it's all institutions. For instance, I'll talk about NIMPA. In NIMPA, we concentrate mostly on the practical work. We are mostly, for instance, on Wednesday, I was supposed to be here, but I was not here because we were at Larry shooting a student film that was being directed by students, produced by a student, the whole crew are students, and the actors are students. These students produce films which are even now getting into international markets. Next week we have one of our students, his film was nominated for the New York Litif Festival. It will be screening next week. So these are students who are already able to produce films that can not only do well in the local market, but also international. Because TVET uses the CBET approach, competency-based education, and so we are more on practicals. Even when you look at our timetable nowadays, unlike maybe his perception of these institutions, when you look at our curriculum, we only have 3 days of learning, 2 hours each. And then the other days, like the whole of Wednesday and Friday, is practical. People are in the field. Even in the other days, we only have 2 hours for people to sit down and learn. And then the rest of the day, they are on the field doing practicals and shooting. So institutions are actually implementing what he's suggesting, and they are actually going more into exploring the practical perspective. Yes.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we are out of time, so as not to eat into the remaining sessions. But I did promise that someone would win a book for asking a good question. So the Gen Z who asked that question, the second question, I didn't get your name. Okay. This is for you. You can come and collect it right now. It's a stage play Yes. Professor. Oh, okay. Okay, so I would personally like to thank the panelists. I wish we had more time, because there's so many panelists, so much to discuss. But I believe the audience was able to get something of substance. So please, let's thank the entire panel. Yes, and before you get to your seats, let's take one photo op. I understand they're for archival purposes. Who's taking the shots? So for some, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so before we go on a break, let's get some comments from today's keynote speaker.
Sorry, now I should apologize for standing between you and your lunch. But the conversation was really exciting. And as the questions were coming up, actually I had a question. I had a question from the beginning, and I'm not going to ask it because it has been answered.
Oh, okay.
And so just make some comments. There's the way that the performance industry, shall I say, has matured in Kenya now. Used to be a time when Mbogo would have to do everything, write, train, act, and nothing to do with the one-person show. But the industry is now so beautifully structured, which wasn't there before. And I believe we do understand that society puts in place structures to deal with the issues that it has, to manage the issues. And so society puts in place training spaces to produce the players for these different roles within the industry, within the performance industry. And so we have professional training, we have the technical training, and we have the scientific training. The second last comment, I'm not answering any questions, second last comment. Why was this entity called university a long time ago created? What is the expectation of a training space called university, called conservatoire, called arts academy? What are their roles? And where we are right now in Kenya, can we distinguish them and then assign them the roles that they could be playing, so that if I want to just focus on acting for radio, where should I go? Should I be expecting the university to do everything? Or can I, as the Kenyan society, acknowledge, respect, create the different spaces for equipping the Kenyan humans with the skills that they need to play those different roles? And now I come to the theme. And I'm looking at those futures that we're supposed to be igniting. And I am looking at innovation. and I'm looking at impact. And I wonder if the institutions that we had there and KICD, how innovative can we be within the laws that govern us, or can we be so innovative that we recreate, re-establish, re-articulate those laws so that within the spaces and the resources that we have, we create opportunities for training individuals for the different roles within the performing or the entertainment arts value chain. And then we don't expect one entity to generate everybody. That is my question. And in such a way that there can also be progression. And I think where's Madam from KICD? I think the CBC and the existing KNQA framework allows for that. I can train in one area, I can add another one, and then I can grow and eventually become the producer, because I cannot produce if I do not know what it is to act, can I? And those were my comments. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Very lively discussions, very illuminating ideas coming up. And that exactly is why this conference was made, to empower us with knowledge so that we don't suffer due to lack of knowledge. We want to thank our participants who are online. In a very special way, we want to thank our members of the Kenya National Drama and Film Festival who are following us. We want to thank also Kenya Music Festival members who are following us online. The members of Kenya Literary Scholars and Writers. We appreciate that you are following this event through the virtual method. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to know what you feel about this conference. And in that regard, we have, the scientific committee has come up with a questionnaire that you will be given as you walk out from either of the doors. Kindly fill for us that questionnaire. Let us know what you feel about this conference, so that that feedback is important, because it will inform how future conferences will be carried out. For now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a break and enjoy a meal together. Bon appétit, mes chers amis.
Now You make my mind a pharmacy, though you're a pharmacy. An addict I am to you, honey, but you love money. I can't impress her with my cheap Impreza.
She's classy.
Amemvutia, I think ni mkamba.
She's funny.
Ana elements sometimes. Body shape chupa ya soda. Sauti nyororo, menifungia kwa jela yalo. Jela yala, She's a drug to him. Ameniweka
Autopilot.
Amemuweka
Autopilot.
Amemuweka
Autopilot.
Amemuweka
Autopilot.
She's a beautiful girl. She's a beautiful girl. She's a beautiful girl. She's a beautiful girl. Bei eti wende benjo ya hela tuko chini kama bei ya chumvi. Zae ali beng beng hiyo samosi kuamini I thought ni movie. Like a zombie nina wonder helter skelter booyah insane. Nico autopilot daily baby baby.
Please kill this baby.
Abiro teri home baby.
Baby.
Onge bench sa baby.
Baby.
Kakijaber litnegi.
Iteka yawa asomo pachi.
Katudagi ase yudomara. Okabikwe we nakara. Angi chunye ingi ango baby.
Autopilot.
Amemuweka
Autopilot.
Amemuweka
Autopilot.
Amemuweka
Autopilot.
Dr. Robin, get the bag.
Daktari, stay put. Stop deviating from the main point.
Dad, what is happening?
Where's the matter? Hey, you listen here. Tell your father what you're doing with your ex-boyfriend. Yes. On the eve of your wedding day. Naked. You know what? You are an animal. In fact, you are a zebra. You belong to the streets. Zebras are not really.
Watch out.
I'll talk to her whenever I want. Wow. Finally, therapy and lessons are starting to make sense.
Are you mad?
No. Actually, I am a doctor in charge of mine.
You're fired then. Effective immediately. You're fired.
Before that, Bazu, we have the bag. By the way, took on call. And before we produce it,
what are your demands?
Dad!
What are your demands?
Dad, what is happening?
Hey, shut up! I'm trying to help you. Now you see what you two imbeciles have done.
That is his.
Shut up, I'll blow out your filthy brains. Where's the bag?
Okay, you want to kill me? You want to kill us, right? Kill me then! Kill me! Kill me right now! Kill me if you want! Kill me! After all, the truth is already out there. Kill me! What? I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees.
Dr. Robbie, be careful!
Wait, shut up! I'm trying to sort out your mess up on your hair.
Wait, what? Lena, are you mad?
Verily, verily, I say unto thee, she cannot comprehend that he was using me, my talent.
You see, this is beyond your state-managed wedding. Dr. Robbie, last chance. Where is my bag?
Hey, Bazu, I will see
Wait! You are all actors!
Yes!
Ati what? So this is not a real mental facility?
Yes! Very sober. The only person here who is real is me, the doctor here. And me. All these other ones are fake. You see, the irony actually is, the sane ones are outside there, while the insane ones are here. Yeah.
Wow, Dad. Well done, Dad. Well done. You've never loved me. You've never loved me so evident. It's been a scheme. Always been a scheme of your own benefit, Dad. Are you happy to see me like this? Are you happy? We are done. We are done for good. What's it? Me. God. Surprised to see me? I have a back.
Hand it over, please.
No, not until you remove my name out of your corrupt schemes.
Come on, Marcia. Marcia, gentlemen, we can iron out these issues for the body. Dr. Robin, tafadhali, just step in. You know, help in
Iron Man. You already fired me. Yes. As it is right now, I need to look for a job in a real mental facility. For heaven's sake, I am a doctor, not an actor like you.
Talking about acting, eh?
Marcia, tafadhali,
I have to record you. Record keeping is very important in business, especially when working with you. After all, isn't that the same person who almost broke my back in those parliament toilets? Eh?
Marcia, it's enough of your games. Enough. Let's just, we can sort out this misunderstanding amicably. You have what I need. You know, that bag has important tissues. You give me the bag, and then I'll give you the money. You know, money is a universal language.
Bazu, this bag we have all that we need. This bag has documents and the ATM card to prove that you've been using my name to embezzle funds. I'll no longer be your piggy bank. I'm out.
What's a Nairobi? Bazu, sema tena. Ukisema unatenda.
Mimi uponye jeraha la moyo kama mapenzi ya kitambo, upendo halisi usio na choyo, haisati kuleta vijiambo. Maji yasivuje churu nonono, kisiende kwenye mkondo. Boti lipo majini, penzi letu safari baharini, tutoke ufuoni hadi kule kileleni. Boti lipo majini, penzi letu safari baharini, tutoke ufuoni hadi kule kileleni.
Thank you very much. That was another terrible mistake. For the full play, keep tabs with the social media handles for Kenya Cultural Center incorporating Kenya National Theatre for a full show. Thank you so much.
Kenya Cultural Center Choir will give us 3 numbers, and then we'll have a mix of Maasai and acoustic music, and then we'll finish this section of entertainment by a performance by Ngoma na Sarakasi. Kenya Cultural Center Choir. We have a lost and found phone. If you went to the ladies and left your phone, kindly go and identify yourself. Kenya Cultural Center Choir.
Malaika kipenzi changu mama, ningekuwa na hela malaika, ningekupeleka nyumbani mama. Malaika ninakupenda mama, malaika ningekuwa na mali, malaika ninakupenda mama.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yangu, hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye amani, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye umoja, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Nchi yangu, hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye amani, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye umoja, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Na tuimbe, tushangilie, tucheze ngoma zetu Kenya. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yangu, hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye amani, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye umoja, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yangu, hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye amani, hakuna matata. Nchi yenye umoja, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata.
Kenya nchi yangu,
hakuna matata.
Nchi ya kupendeza,
hakuna matata.
Oh, Kenya nchi yangu,
hakuna matata.
Nchi ya kupendeza,
hakuna matata.
Ukienda Mombasa,
hakuna matata.
Ukifika Kisumu,
hakuna matata.
Oh, ukienda Limuru,
hakuna matata.
Ukienda Eldoret,
hakuna matata.
Ukienda hata Narok,
hakuna matata.
Ukikuja Nairobi, oh, Kenya nchi yangu, Kenya nchi yangu, Kenya nchi nzuri. Kenya nchi yangu. Ukienda Mombasa. Ukienda Nakuru. Ukienda Mombasa. Ukienda Nairobi. Ni Kenya nchi yangu. Tuishangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha, kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha, kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, hatutaki matata Kenya. Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Twende!
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
na tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Twende!
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenzangu, nitarudi wala sitakuchoshwa na wageni, nitatetea haki ya Wakenya, majirani wangu nitalinda. Wenzangu, wenzangu,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kindly too. So we are closing on a high. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you or to present to you a modern Masai. Mzazi, msanii na mwanaharakati. Teto Ole Tutuma. He brings us a fusion of Masai chants and the acoustic guitar. He's trying to tell us that we need to adapt to the changing times. Teto Ole Tutuma, modern Masai. Karibu sana.
Egenyor sininje swam Erobile ngoba ngenyor ingadura Egenyor sininje swam Usingoliele La ile sisiegi engai Osingoliele La niñere biegi barsae. Just like any other traditional African society, song for the Maasai was always more than a carnival indulgence. I'm going to try and use this acoustic guitar to demonstrate to you 3 important pillars that have enabled the Maasai as a society to come through the last 2 centuries and still hopefully have sight of the future if this music through this guitar can get there. And as always, they started with prayer or a mayan. Parsai Enjo lwega na meloga mutu aikaraki ngwaye Enkai Ena omoni neni ngamu mera na idima tiarua ye Ena Sheya bukuro lora nyiro subari kuna nikendasira ye Enashe Toli no no kumogulile kinduru mogi kulo tengolong na ijena Tonka igino no kero bare nare masaira si choregi ye Ndagolo Njiu nyeni bolingo nyelelo pokyo yeu negidoliye Njoyo morona Osim linakwetakiyo And then now you can join with, with your neck and repeat after me. Iyeleyo, oh, oraleyo, oyeleyo, oya. Iyeleyo, oh, oraleyo, oyeleyo, oya. Of course, by now you know that for Africans, it was always a communal indulgence, right? It was for all of us. Go. Iyeleyo, oh, oraleyo, oyeleyo, oya. Babale shumara, ne elona nolotu. Imbunga ginta gologi torigo yogi aramana yaba tengi barembiani rengoro jogi seriani yosurwe wangana dede again iyeleyo ho oraleyo oyeleyo oya parsai and they can always sing until the sunset. The second most important pillar that have enabled the Maasai, to get through centuries unadulterated as a culture, was a concept that means 2 things in English, which basically is ilomon, or news, or sharing what is current, and it also means guests. People who can come. Why? Because anybody who comes always brings gifts. And I tend to believe that when we are born, we are also guests in the beginning. But then, so here's an adapted Maasai lullaby. Oh, oh, yeah, yo. Ha. Oh, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah. Ha. Teneba limpika sin pokin melimuno Nemabala geninye na ngule na bangare nkoshoge Yana bugerigeri mbodo iborimberi amera lolialo tale lenjashur Na do yongongro lo shon metadoro la yolor modwa kangai narara mewoshime muni oyo oya ola kaile jile jage tonge jeguminyo oyo oya iye kanyorte nigi kwenigi rangi ngesu endigiri yono dolak tenelo nilibu tonge jege ngoronyenye nengi dolda ulai niningo iye gita ormusani la baba kangai narara mewoshime muni oyo oya nabona joge mugi aisingila yesianga peye misimi joge kila raru ndelo najo yo taso rurborora be julo iredio nildu alan musa obwe yetembu yo engaro shu yeginya oro bonyaro line lengu gogi anyola ibila ligire jankarna sairodi yogo riboni menyando mono kor ngarbusha ne yabe yo gergela gogola la kabute yo yama de show ilara na de Lagos. Bless you, sending peace and light. Andra Serian. And the third pillar that have enabled the Maasai to withstand the test of time and erosion by contact with these other cultures is a concept that you have all just done, which is appreciating each other and all coming together. This last piece that I'm going to play actually was inspired by this space. I learned to play guitar at the National Theatre in the early 2000s, if I could just say that. And the first people who taught me to play this guitar, I had them play a tune going like this. So this next song is called Legai Singolio, which means another song. And in this other song, we can play Maasai music with instruments. And you are welcome to play with your instruments. If you feel like chanting, if you feel like clapping, if you feel like shouting, if you feel like dancing, you're most welcome. Here's just a disclaimer. The Maasai say, the visitor only has an eye. And I want to remind you that whatever you see here that you don't like, let it remain here. But take all the good vibes that you can from us and let them know that we are here. On social media, Facebook, all over, Teto Ole Tutuma. I'll appreciate, you guys liking and subscribing to the YouTube channel. And yes, we have 30 days spoken Maasai culture and language orientation. This is a course that I am doing online to help everybody know about Maasai culture and, of course, possibly get to speak the language. So you're most welcome. You can contact through the social media. So yes, Legai Singolio, welcome. You can clap if you feel like it's worth it. Legai Singolio ngejugele olo kanye woshikuna dule naibungita gita Legai Singolio ngejugele Legai Singolio ngejugele Legai Singolio ngejugele Teni ye nirande nebo yo kenare na idorosim kenare ne mi adorgeni kenare sina iyo lengai kenare ni anidio liga dingolo ngejugele liga dingolo ngejugele liga singolio ngejugele mararai marus kenebo mararai marus kenebo mararai marus kenebo mararai dance and sing together. Mararany marus tenebo. Mararany marus tenebo. Let's sing and dance together. Mararany marus tenebo. 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 Thank you. Mararany marus tenebo. 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 And I send you with peace. Ashole.
Another round of applause.
Ashe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause for Tote. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to close this entertainment section, we want to introduce to you Ngoma na Sarakasi. Ngoma na Sarakasi is a fusion of percussion, traditional instruments, dance, and acrobats. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ngoma na Sarakasi.
Agoni Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a better round of applause. Thank you very much. You only get this at the second Performing Arts Conference. We cook this each and every Friday. We cook this each and every Friday here at Kenya Cultural Center. It is a program that brings together more than 15 different groups around Nairobi, and we aim to take this even better and take it around the country so that we can nurture talents and we can give them an opportunity to earn through their talents. At this juncture, we are coming to the end of the Performing Arts Conference, and I want to invite the following to come on stage as we get a recap of what has been going on, and also as we do the official closing of the second Performing Arts Conference. I want to start by inviting our chief guest for today. That is the PS, or the representative of the PS, State Department of Creative Economy and Youth Affairs, the Director of British Council Kenya, the CEO, Kenya Cultural Center, the Chairman of the Scientific Committee, Professor John Mugubi, and Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku, who has been running the program, to give us the way forward, closing remarks, and then we close the conference. Please. Thank you. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guests, this looks like a setup. When you are told to speak after such electrifying performances, it looks like a setup, but I'll survive, and we will survive, those of us who have to make speeches. We are at the cusp of a very empowering, if I may use that word, conference, because the kind of discussions that have come up here are discussions that will take us forward, definitely. When we received the call for articles for this conference, it looked like it will be just another normal conference, because the writing was almost normal. Issues to do with the digital turn, the social impact of the arts, businesses of the art and training, and all that. Those are things we have said, we have talked about in various other forums. But we have sat here for 4 days to talk about igniting the future and looking for sustainable innovations and social impact in performing arts. That was the theme of this conference. And we have looked at words like, we have introspected words like innovation, sustainability, social impact, global perspectives, global and Kenyan identities, among others. Under them, we have looked at the possibilities of fusing tradition and technology, and I think the second last performance has just done that. The green stages reaching new audiences, art for change, the business of art. So let us look at the statistics of this conference. We have had a total of 4 keynote speeches, 3 speeches, 24 paper presentations, 4 panel discussions, and 18 sessions of different performances. So it is not just a conference in the sense of academic conferences that we know them. It has been truly a performing arts conference. In terms of audience and participation, we have had quite a number of people coming in. On day 1, we had 267 attendees. We had 292 on day 2, 290 on day 3, and today we have had 289 people. That means we have had a total of 1,138 people attending this conference in various capacities. The key issues that have emerged on day 1, the discussion centered around the place of the 4th Industrial Revolution and how we can tie it to serve the interests of the creative economy and industries. And we were warned that the 5th Industrial Revolution is on the way and it's coming really fast. The future is in that revolution and it belongs to those who will be adaptable. So the word that came up quite strongly was adaptability. On day 2, we really tried to understand the dilemma that many artists and performers find themselves in when it comes to considering art as a business, or art as simply an expression, as a human expression, or as a passionate human expression, and whether we should monetize it at the detriment of expression or not. Those are some of the difficult questions we have been left to scratch our heads and think about. On day 3, we reflected on how we create audiences, on how we build audiences in the past, but then also think of future ways of creating a culture of theater going in Kenyan arts scene. On day 4 today, we have reflected on arts and education. We have thought about institutions that teach arts-based subjects and how they have to interrelate with the industry. And it was concluded, especially through the keynote, that the arts are an education for social economic transformation, with which we shall ignite the future through sustainable innovations and performing arts practices that have a social impact. So ladies and gentlemen, the question has raised more questions than answers, and that is how a good conference is supposed to be. It's supposed to raise more questions. Because we have been provoked, we have been asked to reflect, we have been asked to act on the broader areas of the conference. Thank you so much. The MC of the day, Kevin Kahuro Kimani, has stepped outside. If you'll allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite my professor, my teacher, but also the chairman of the scientific committee of this conference to make a few remarks as well as lead us through the next session. Professor Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shikuku. The chief guests represented here, chief guest for the PS Youth Affairs and Creative Economy represented. Our guest from the British Council, Mr. Tom Poulter. Distinguished guests, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as the curtain falls on the second Performing Arts Conference, I stand before you with a deep sense of gratitude and accomplishment. Over the past 4 days, we have delved into the theme, Igniting the Future, Sustainable Innovation and Social Impact in Performing Arts. And our mission was very clear, to explore how the Kenyan performing arts scene can harness the power of innovation, embrace new ideas, achieve financial sustainability, and maximize its social impact. And throughout this conference, we have engaged in rich discussions and exchanged insights on crucial topics such as innovation, sustainability, social impact, global perspectives, and the interplay between global and Kenyan identities. And the presentations and discussions have been nothing short of inspiring, and it is evident that the future of performing arts in Kenya is indeed bright. Our conference was not just about discussions and presentations. We were privileged to witness a series of captivating performances that highlighted the vibrant talent within our community. The choir and the bands, starring renditions of their own compositions and arrangements, and other heartfelt songs that set the tone for our gathering. We were treated to fusions of contemporary music with the traditional chants, like what you saw from, I can't remember the name, quite difficult Maasai name, providing a beautiful bridge between the past and the present. We also treated to an array of other performances, from engaging storytelling to satirical humor. The performances showcased the richness of our cultural heritage, and each performance was a testament to the creativity and dedication of our artists. So in terms of the way forward, as we conclude this remarkable event, it is essential to outline the path ahead. We aim to translate the wealth of knowledge and ideas shared here into actionable strategies that will propel our performing arts sector to new heights. And to achieve this, we'll focus on the following key areas. Firstly, we plan to compile the insights and presentations from this conference into a publication that will serve as a valuable resource for the performing arts community. So presenters are requested to transform their presentations into structured, publishable papers, and these papers will be featured in the 3rd volume of the Journal of East African Theatre. So kindly submit your full papers within the next 3 months. For those from the industry who may find it challenging to convert their presentations into academic papers, we offer support through workshops and one-on-one sessions with experienced researchers and writers. And this kind of collaborative effort will ensure that your valuable contributions are documented and shared widely. Of course, I also acknowledge that some of the presentations were reflections, and you can help in terms of making them structured in a way that they can be published in a journal. Secondly, let us commit to continue exploring and integrating innovative technologies and methodologies into our practices, and this includes leveraging digital platforms, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence to enhance the creative process and audience engagement. And our goal is to stay at the forefront of technological advancements while preserving our rich cultural heritage. Thirdly, performing arts have the power to drive social change, as you noted from the many presentations. So let us initiate community outreach programs and collaborations with organizations focused on social issues. And by addressing themes such as gender equality, mental health, and cultural preservation, we can create performances that not only entertain but also educate and inspire. Fourthly, achieving financial sustainability is crucial, as you heard from many presenters, for the growth of our sector. We will work on developing robust business models, seeking funding opportunities, and building partnerships with corporate and governmental bodies. And by so doing, we can ensure that our artists and organizations thrive economically while continuing to produce high-quality works. I would, on this note, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Kenya Cultural Center incorporating the Kenya National Theatre, led by the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Michael Pundo, for their exceptional organization and support of this conference, and your dedication to the performing arts is truly commendable. To the scientific committee, Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku, who also doubled as program controller, Dr. Clenis Owino, Dr. Rachel Dianga, and Dr. Simon Peter, your hard work and commitment have been instrumental in the success of this conference, and thank you for your invaluable contributions. I also wish to express my appreciation to the presenters, the guest speakers, the panelists, the moderators, and other technical staff who facilitated the hybrid nature of the conference, allowing participants from different corners of the globe to join virtually. Your efforts have made this event inclusive and enriching. Lastly, I extend my sincere thanks to all the participants for your active engagement and enthusiasm. Your presence and contributions have made this conference a resounding success. Just to add a touch of inspiration, I leave you with a couple of quotes. The great playwright George Bernard Shaw once said, "We don't stop playing because we grow old. We don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing." So let us keep the spirit of play alive in our works and lives. And in the words of Oscar Wilde, life is too important to be taken seriously. That's what he says. So as we pursue our goals with passion, let's remember to find joy and laughter along the way. After all, as Kenyan comedians would say, if we can laugh in the face of our struggles, we have already won half the battle. So as we move forward, let us carry the spirit of innovation, sustainability, and social impact with us. The conversations that we have had in this conference, the ideas we have shared, and the connections that we have made will continue to inspire and guide us. So together we can create a vibrant and resilient performing arts sector that not only reflects our rich cultural heritage, but also paves the way for a dynamic and inclusive future. Thank you, and let us look forward to the continued growth and success of the performing arts in Kenya. I look forward to seeing you in the 3rd Performing Arts Conference in 2025. So I'll ask now our CEO to introduce our guests. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mugubi, for those encouraging words. Mr. Weunda, the representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Mr. Tom Potter from the British Council, all invited guests, participants, paper presenters, ladies and gentlemen, I feel very proud today to be a member of the Kenya Cultural Center fraternity. Over a year ago, when we started planning for the 2nd Performing Arts Conference, this day looked very bleak. More so, when the team behind this had thought about a theme and sent out calls, we were not really sure whether we would have people who were able to interpret the theme and come up with abstracts. At some point, when the abstracts were not streaming in, we called ourselves to reevaluate the processes. And that necessitated an extension of deadline for submission of abstracts. I want to thank my colleagues at the Kenya Cultural Center in incorporating the Kenya National Theatre, more specifically the Programs Department headed by Kevin Kimani, for overdoing yourselves to ensure that we have had the 2nd Performing Arts Conference ending today. Can we give them a round of applause? we have had very important engagements which have really shaped our thinking. We have had serious performances which truly, in their sense, in their form and character, have portrayed that we are truly in a performing arts conference. I want to thank all the paper presenters, our friends and partners who accepted to be involved in the panel discussions, our friends and partners who accepted to be given various roles, either to chair panel discussions or to organize performances on stage. This second Performing Arts Conference has shown that we can do greater things when we openly have a discourse about those things. The discourses we've had over the past 4 days have centered on traditional and contemporary issues that have affected the performing arts scene in this country. And I want to appreciate everyone who has made presentations, performances, and held discussions on this platform. As you are all aware, this is the first major activity happening within this space after a long spell of closure. But I want to inform you that the process is not completed yet. We could not postpone the Performing Arts Conference any longer. And so we requested the project manager to allow us a window to use the auditorium. But more work is still happening within this auditorium. And so for the next week, we might not have any other engagement so that work can be completed and the artists reap the benefit of the refurbished National Theatre. Finally, I want to thank our service providers. I want to thank our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, our hospitality has been taken care of by Redeco, who has made sure that our tea, our lunches are served whenever we need them. And I hope all of us found something to eat. And if you missed food, we are very sorry. However, you must have enjoyed the performances or the presentations. After all, we came in for a performing arts conference, not a culinary arts conference. I want to thank Hiva Fund, Alliance Française, Creation Africa project for bringing to us all the performances on stage. I also wish to appreciate Homeboys for taking care of all our media needs. May we clap for all our partners. You have heard the way forward as presented by the chairman of the scientific committee. And to move us forward, I would want to call upon anybody, and I'm being very categorical, anybody, including the British Council, to come and support us to bring these thoughts together so that then we can help those who might have challenges in organizing their thoughts to come up with presentable papers for publication. After all, what has been discussed here are very salient issues that really help and will really feed into shaping the policy direction in this country as far as performing arts is concerned. So I just want to encourage partners, please come, help us, and make this dream a reality. Having said that, and having made a plea, kuomba ni ngumu, I want to invite Mr. Tom Porter to have an address.
Thank you. Thank you. And a brief thank you to Mr. Michael Pundo, the organisers, Kevin, representatives of the State Department, Governing Council for this event. It's been an amazing opportunity and a privilege for me to be here, and I'm really lucky to have had that chance to engage in what we've seen earlier, and when I've been during the course of the week. The opportunity to engage in and enjoy arts is a human right, but also it brings the joy that you mentioned, and I think it's really important to hold on to that. I'll just briefly mention why I'm here and then why I think here is important. I first came to this continent 31 years ago as the guest of a church choir in South Africa. Unfortunately, they found out quite quickly I couldn't sing and I couldn't dance. But to listen to the choir today was an amazing reminder of how I've ended up. So that experience when I was younger has made me want to explore and stay on this continent and stay educated and stay learning from places such as Kenya. I was lucky enough, and then technology has been one of the themes of this conference. I was a long time unemployed out of university, and then I started a technology company for a few years. I managed to sell that so that I could indulge in what I wanted to do, which was to get back and connect with this continent. And so I think it was about 2008, 2009, I started to come back through Kenya. I was a co-director of a music festival in Malawi called Lake of Stars. Kenya Airways was our brilliant sponsor that would bring all of our artists from the UK through Nairobi onto the shores of Lake Malawi. So I've been privileged to be able to come to this country over the course of around 15 years. But another title of this event was Ignite. And the main reason I got this job as the head of the British Council here in Kenya was the role that I played some years ago, 5 years ago now, in securing the Ignite Culture Fund from the EU. And I was very privileged on Wednesday morning to see some of the recipients of that program deliver their brilliant poetry theatre performance. And as someone that spends a lot of time with spreadsheets and computers, it was a joyous moment to see the reality of what that had delivered. So I also want to appreciate Kevin, the Kenya Cultural Centre, of being an exemplary and a standout partner in the delivery of that program for the EU. I think that we all know that social impact is an important part of what we do with this, and I think I wasn't expecting over the last 5 weeks to experience both a kind of youthquake and an earthquake in such a short period. So it's not been the easiest of times, and we're going through some difficult times. But again, I think that moment that we take to enjoy and to experience joy together, both in the performances that I've seen today and during the course of the week, is really important. So we can look to the social impact, we can look to the economic impact of the creative industries, which are huge. However, that's that moment of enjoyment and that moment of being outside of yourself and taking a moment away from your other worries that I think art can really deliver. We were challenged earlier to say how innovative can we be? And I think as an organisation, we're looking ahead. How can we be as innovative as possible? And in the British Council, our remit as a charity is to connect the UK with the countries in which we work. And so for us, we're very lucky that next year is a particular focus year for the British Council here in Kenya, and we're thinking about ways to be part of the conversation about the creative futures for young people, both in the UK and Kenya. we're coming up with and trying to think of ways to bring to life the themes of connection, celebration, and inspiration. And I think you've seen that across the course of this festival today. I think that the ongoing challenge we have as an organisation, and one that I think one of your other presenters, Joy Mboya, posed to me recently, was how can organisations like the British Council be part of the conversation? And I think inherent in that question, and I think we are asking ourselves more questions than we are delivering answers here, is to be part of a conversation, you need to be a very good listener. And I think that's one of the things we need to strive to do more as an organisation, other organisations do. We need to listen to our key stakeholders and understand how can we be relevant. Now, our mission is about the connection, the international connection between the UK and Kenya. How can that be relevant to the young people of Kenya and the young people of the UK stuck with the challenges they have of today? And I think then just a final thought just to say, I've just appreciated the privilege of being able to come here today and to return to this venue. And we were speaking a little bit earlier about the legacy, the sustainability, the way in which this venue is a catalyst for a lot of creative careers. And I think that both having a world-class facility like this theatre and having open community engagement that you have through Poetry After Lunch is an exemplary sign of an organisation thinking about how it can be relevant to the challenges of the day. Asante teni sana. I must get better with my Swahili, as Michael asked me to.
Thank you so much, Peter. And so finally, to bring this to a close, we want to invite Mr. Weunda, who is representing the Principal Secretary, Mr. Ismail.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mike. Interesting. I really don't know how to start this conversation, but Mike, just for information, to my big surprise, I met Prof. I don't know how many years ago, 1997. Many, many years ago. I'm actually a student of Prof. Very, very much, quite delighted to see Prof here. Quite a mentor to me. He was actually starting his trade, so to speak, at that particular time, when he was doing mentorship to me as a student of literature at that time, and theatre arts at Kenyatta University, together with the likes of Austin Bukenya, whom we are calling the grandfather of literature at KU, and the late Prof. Francis Imbuga, RIP, and quite a number of other very, very impactful thinkers in the literary world. Thank you so much. Maybe before I read the PSA speech, you will allow me to just say one or two. I highly appreciate, as a creative also, I highly appreciate this conference and the theme and the intentions that it has, especially contextualizing this theme in what we are framing as the goals of our creative industry. Our creative industry. Actually, we already appreciate the role that this industry plays in terms of our GDP and growth. Actually, interacting with a few documents as I was coming by, and I looked at some of the publications, I think, supported by the British Council. Again, appreciation, we really appreciate your work. And there's one of the publications I'm looking at which was acknowledging that in 2010 or thereabouts, the creative industry was, or the creative economy for that matter, was contributing around 5.3% of our GDP at that particular time, but estimating at the same time that by 2020, it would likely be contributing around 10%. I really don't know what the figures, the facts and figures are. But when you look at the diversity of publications available, including UNTAD and related, you realize that this is a sector that has very, very great potential. But as it were, it remains potential unless we put in some measures. We actually ignite in a way or the other processes, programs that can really help us realize our potential to the fullest. And so I really appreciate the fact that we have this this conference, and I think it's one of a line of conferences and a line of programs and activities we are going to have to continue inspiring these very, very important sector of our economy. Quite interesting topics. When I came in, there was a discussion on AI and its confluence with the creatives, and I was just wondering, I was imagining, you know when you're a creative, you want to imagine, you want to imagine unlimited. And really you want to imagine, there's something about creativity, about originality within the creatives and the art. But now we have AI. So how do you marry these two? I think I think, Prof, you have quite some task here, how you can marry AI with the creatives without losing the originality or that original touch that really the creatives would like to produce. So, okay, I believe that's a conversation that's going on. And I think in the same vein, we have this conversation about monetizing talent, or people talking about business models. The traditional sense in which we were looking at art was what Prof was teaching us as art for art's sake. Those days, you just entertain, and that is sufficient reward for you. But right now we are talking about monetizing, we're talking about commercializing. So again, that's another conversation that is really, really complicated. How to get that, how to strike a balance between those two without losing the very original goal of art in the traditional sense that we viewed. So how we can have those two running together smoothly, again, that is something that we are looking forward to, and I think it's an important conversation that we really have to do, because at the end of the day, we must again have this, we must have the industry players who are able to get a sustainable income through art. And then, of course, there is the element of social media. I was today morning in a conversation with my PS, and we were looking at what Tom has been calling the youth quake, if I heard you right. And you're asking ourselves very interesting, very difficult question. Of course, we acknowledge that there's a lot that government is doing, but at the same time, the Gen Zs are not really seeing what. As government, we can point out quite a number of things that we are doing, but then the Gen Zs are not really seeing those things. And so we're asking ourselves, how are we communicating to these people? And we realize that a lot of our communication is done on TV, newspapers. PS was giving me this example. When you're advertising tenders, we put them on, the law says 2 wide circulating newspapers. So our tenders will appear in the Standard, Nation, Star, and so on. But you're asking ourselves, how many young people, how many Gen Zs interact with the print media, TV? In fact, the PS was telling me that nowadays a lot of the Gen Zs are watching football on your phones, on your gadgets. And then there's a lot of course, social media. So at the end of the day, we are not really communicating. We have stuff to communicate, but the channels we are using are probably not appealing. So we have to re-engineer our whole communication aspect going forward. So allow me to now read the PS's speech, quite a difficult task in a room full of the artists, the creatives. I don't, but just bear with me to be able to allow me to read my principal secretary speech. Mr. Michael Pundo, CEO, Kenya Cultural Center, heads of various institutions and government officers, representatives from the academia, students, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you all today during the closing of the second Performing Arts Conference here at the Kenya National Theatre. This year's theme, Igniting the Future, Sustainable Innovation and Social Impact in Performing Arts, invited us to dive deeply into shaping a robust future for the performing arts. Arts help us express and process our heart and outrage, as well as our joy and wonder, and to better understand the experiences of our peers. It's my sincere hope that the interactions we have had, knowledge and insights shared, will help us attain the future we envision. In the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, BETTER, great resources have been set aside towards its attainment. Deliberate measures have been put in place to create an enabling environment for self-fulfillment, together with economic empowerment, dignified living, among others, in various sectors, including the creative economy. Therefore, without a doubt, the government recognizes the crucial role of performing arts in social and economic development. As such, I am proud of the Kenya Cultural Center for seizing this opportunity to a platform for the artists before us to share experiences and realign themselves to the current trends and evolving needs in the sector. Allow me to delve slightly deeper into initiatives made to spur the creative economy and increase earnings and vibrancy in the sector. Upgrading of facilities used for different cultural and creative arts. For instance, this facility, where we are all gathered, that's the Kenya National Theatre, was recently upgraded to the level it is. We are not stopping there. The process is still ongoing to make it a world-class facility for arts. By supporting and showcasing the creativity and experiences of those that have too often been discounted, we have advanced the contribution of each one of us towards realization of our aspirations and priorities as a society and a country. In this respect, we have consistently increased funding necessary to ignite the young artists' potential to increase earning opportunities. We have deliberately organized sessions to build their capacity. Recently, the Kenya Cultural Center implemented the County Theatre Fiesta and Ngoma na Sarakasi to enhance the capacity of artists to contribute to nation building. Further, the government has established partnerships with international organizations to provide exchange programs and capacity building opportunities for our young artists. We are indeed grateful to the Poetry Theatre Development Project, ACP-EU, Culture Program, East Africa, the British Council, Kenya, the European Union, among others, for working with us. I urge like-minded organizations to come forward and work closely with us to reach out more artists and change lives in unimaginable ways. Together, we can realize the future that none of us can achieve alone. Let us remember that our collective efforts hold the potential to shape the future we all envision. Further, I'm glad to note that insofar as the policy and legal instruments are concerned, the ministry has continued to formulate policies to create an enabling environment for artists to exploit their full potential and create wealth. To demonstrate our commitment to this, we have initiated the Creative Economy Policy and Creative Industries Bill. We hope that the two legislations will provide a robust framework for the realization of a well-coordinated creative economy with concerted efforts from all players. Further, this legislation will provide a framework to adequately respond to issues regarding economic growth and job creation. In conclusion, My sincere appreciation goes out to all the participants, the speakers, presenters, workshop facilitators, panelists, partners, and the Kenya Cultural Center administration for your input to this conference. Your dedication is vital in driving the performance art sector forward. Artists help us not only reflect, but to mold the values of our country. It's my desire that this conference truly sends sparks to cause sustainable innovations and make the social impact necessary to prosper our people and country. Finally, we commit to support our artists and celebrate their work and do our part to ensure that the creative spirit that defines us thrives for generations to come. Be assured that we'll continue to invest in the creative and cultural industry for continued growth and development of our people. And with that, it's now my honor to declare the second Performing Arts Conference officially closed. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. And that is a speech from Mr. Ismail Mali Madei, Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, during, of course, this occasion, which is the closing ceremony of the second Performing Arts Conference on 19th July 2024 at the Kenya National Theatre. Thank you so much. My name is Weunda, Acting Director for Innovation and Talent Development at the State Department of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Asanteni sana. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bwana Weunda. Yes, Kevin.
Thank you. Let's all be upstanding for the national anthem and a word of prayer. After this, tea will be served, and then we come back for entertainment. We'll have the band, and we'll also have ngoma na sarakasi. Yes, we take tea for only 15 minutes. National anthem.
In the spirit of performing arts, I'm told it's sherehe mpaka asubuhi.
And then kindly remember to give us your feedback. You can scan the QR code as you leave, and also a hard copy for that purpose. Please, we'll really appreciate your feedback so that we know what to improve on next time we come. National anthem. Word of prayer from Madam Ruth.
Let's breathe and play. Abba, Father, we are thankful this afternoon, this evening. We are thankful for you have been with us. Since the start of this conference, we dedicated ourselves to you. Thank you because we've seen a successful conference. Thank you for all the presentations that have happened here. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for all presenters. Lord, we are thankful for you have taken us through. Even as we started with you, you've been with us and you have been faithful. I trust that you're going to be with us even as we disperse to our various destinations. May you be with with all this congregation and be with them and lead them. Those who will be traveling, I pray that you may give them journey mercies and protect them, and honor and glory shall be yours. We are thankful for your mercies. We are thankful for everything you've done upon our lives throughout this week. It is in Jesus' name I do pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you. Tea will be served as usual on this side and our guests upstairs, and then music begins immediately. Sherehe mpaka che. Kind reminder of the feedback forms.